Hello. How's it going, chat? Today we're gonna just chill out. We're gonna play some Doom. We're gonna snipe friend of the stream Lucy Haze. We're just gonna chill out and watch her stream. Mostly just to keep track of what she's up to, because we might call in after she's done this segment here. And take a look at an old food shops debate. On transmedicalism, because I was interested in some of the arguments in there from one of her moderators named Yoon, because she was talking up their ability to debate against transmedicalism. And I've said this before, but I want my arguments to be as good as possible. So, we're doing our homework. Just more debate prep, basically. So yeah, we're just gonna hang out for a bit. It's gonna be a chill stream.
Something here, I think.
Yeah. Food stamps? No, food stamps have always been my nickname. Like my most.
Oh, so this is food shops reviewing a conversation about genocide and about Israel with Lonerbox and Wick.
You think there's something here, chat?
And then Lucy reviewing that.
Write in the chat if you think there's something.
Not clear, sorry. But Jesus Christ. No, I don't think it's that much of a stretch.
Sure thing, yeah. I do have one question. But it's not something that's related to Israel and Palestine. It is something related to the Holodomor. I think you mentioned before related to Holodomor. I looked into...
Oh, they're gonna debate, like not debate, they're gonna discuss the Holodomor. I like the idea. Nice, okay.
This is only because it's the last question, I think, if I remember correctly, of why I wanted to ask such a nuclear...
I'm gonna show you my big lecture on the Holodomor. Hold on. My big source of sources. Oh. My big book of sources.
Let's see it.
The Great Hunger in Ukraine, 1932-1933. This book has a short historical entry that describes events, and then it's this many of raw documents. It's this many pages of raw documents from the USSR, from Ukraine, from Russia, Ukraine, and other places, from Poland. A thick book of documents, and I'm gonna have to go through them, through all these documents to find the best ones to make my case for the genocide claim. So I'm gonna be busy. It's not a text. I'm telling you, it's documents. These are documents. But, so yes, I'm gonna have a very busy weekend. But I definitely have to make something happen with the... That's, yeah.
Clear question, but...
to it further. And I actually... I know you don't like Bad Epinata, but I did watch... a good amount. I think I watched his entire video on the Holodomor.
Oh god, Bad Empanada? That video? Oh god. I wonder what Lonerbox will say.
That dude is deranged.
Yeah, it is kind of exciting. I do like Uh, yeah.
I don't know that much about him, but
I know too much about him. I know far too much about him. Yeah, the book is a collection of primary resources. It has a short introduction section which sort of tells the history. It does have that. But Empanada's issue is he is quite ignorant of local sources. Yeah, he is. He actually laughed at the idea that Poland would have any original sources on the Holodomor, which is
It's so
pretty
weird.
interesting. Like when I said I would check if there are no Polish sources, he laughed and said, "What sources could Poland have?" Even though Poland at the time had a lot of Western Ukraine in it, and it was a direct neighbor of the Soviet Union in which the Holodomor was taking place.
You can tell someone's a reactionary by how incurious they are.
Yeah, but Empanada argued that Polish or Ukrainian sources cannot add anything, which is a ridiculous claim to make on so many levels. When in fact, it can. Microhistorical researchers are very important. Oh yeah. Oh
Where
yeah.
the fuck am I going?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's like 3 of these doors and I can't open any of them.
Yes, because it's not like Poland and Ukraine are close or anything. True.
I'm like so tempted to cheat.
True and real. Lucy, I am impressed by your library. Thank you. Although I should
Same.
read more. I'm too lazy. I should work and read more. But I'm getting there. I've been doing a lot more things. I'm getting into the groove of being a lot less lazy. Okay? I'm getting there. Thanks to all of you. But especially
Wait, what's this
thanks to
level
people
called?
like Karasu. That gets my yes.
I found it somewhat convincing in terms of like, okay, why do you sound more feminine on Wikipedia?
It's also a pretty Western centric view. Yeah. Like people from the West that discuss the
We're
Holodomor
looking up the solution.
never mention any Ukrainian scholars or not to even mention Polish scholars, but like that's a horrible thing that they don't mention the biggest.
Okay, we're gonna look up the solution to this level. I don't even care. It's either that or we cheat. Alright, we got a playlist here. No, that's Doom 2 Ascension. We want 64. Okay. Ugh, I don't even know the name of the level. Okay, we're just shooting in the dark here. That's not it. Okay, it's after the spiral. Is it Dark Citadel? No, it's after that. Yeah, I'm just looking up the names of levels. Doom 64 levels. Is it Unholy Temple? Okay, here it is. Here's Unholy Temple. This is where we are. Now this is the non-remastered, but the solution is probably the same. Okay, that's like we don't have that ending there. So how do we open that? What are we missing? We killed all the enemies, we got all the ammo. We've got none of the internet. What's with this buffering? We're switching to 144p. Who needs detail? What? I can just open it? You're kidding me. Okay. Alright, let's try it.
Fucking fantastic.
More vulgar swearing. Just an observation.
Alright, let's
I'm
try
just
that.
observing. I'm just taking notes.
If I can't open it, I'm just gonna cheat.
Foodshots
Fuck it.
felt the need to start swearing like a sailor in a more masked voice, and to become
Oh my god.
much
Did I even
more,
try?
you know.
With me in chat. Together, we are
Just
indeed
an observation.
talking about foreign policy, perhaps.
No, don't,
Maybe
no.
some
No foreign policy discussion for you. You're banned from discussing foreign policy.
drama.
You're banned. No. Impressive vocal range.
Maybe
Yeah.
some, scholarly things.
Okay.
You
No.
never know.
I never know
Who knows
indeed.
what will happen? Maybe I'll get into a few debates.
Maybe. Maybe.
Okay, all right, that's enough. It seems like to me that there really doesn't seem like that much reason to believe that the Holodomor was actually a genocide. But then
Oh my god. Oh, President Sunday is not in yet. It's gonna be like in 80 minutes.
it seems like Ukraine really wanted to push this message on.
Oh, Ukraine. Oh, I hate this language so much. Ukraine really wanted to push this message.
Okay, blue, yellow, red.
Ukraine really wanted to push this message. No, that's... It's like saying that Poland really wants to put this message that Katyn massacre was a genocide.
Okay. Blue, yellow, red.
Onto the world stage that it was in fact a genocide.
Because it was. It was in fact a genocide. It is pretty well documented. Yeah.
A lot
was.
of historians agree that it was a genocide.
I guess. And obviously it's very convincing as a message, especially when you push it onto, social media, onto the news. Does a high voice come naturally, or do you still have to do it consciously? Yeah, it's complicated. You have to do it for a while before you have it for an extended amount of time. But I think that this is like me not really putting any effort into it. That's it. And it's like.
And now what are we missing?
But like originally, my voice was a bit more like this.
Okay.
But like after some voice training, now like the natural thing is like this. It's
Okay.
higher now.
All right.
However,
If I really want to push it like this, then obviously I can do something like this, right? Then I can actually, if I really want to debate and really enunciate my points, I can go like this. Now, if we look at 1992 to 1995, that is the range of the Bosnian genocide, okay?
Okay.
Especially if we look at, Srebrenica at the time.
What is the argument being made here?
Srebrenica.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just words.
Right. Yeah. News that it was
Doesn't Hetman focus on the Holodomor? I know he's a genocide scholar. Yeah, he does. He promised to send me some materials in Russian and Ukrainian. I'm still waiting for those materials
Wait,
till
hold on, I
this
got a
day.
message.
To this day.
Oh.
Because Hetman is not really good at
1 sec.
communication. Interrupted genocide denial with trans voice anecdotes sure is a new content format. It's a genocide stream. Yay. We're doing it. We're doing the genocide stream.
a genocide. You want to push that message out
Yay.
there, but like when you actually look at the scholarly arguments, you can attribute it a lot more to Stalin's madness. When you look at Stalin's letter,
What does that even mean? You can attribute it more to Stalin's madness. What does that
are
even
you
mean?
doing?
Like this is what?
Wait,
What do you mean by that?
just incompetence. She means, I guess. That's.
Srebrenica. What does that mean?
You would need to substantiate that.
It can be attributed more to Stalin's madness.
Stalin, like his private letter, it was a lot of it was him complaining about his officers. A lot of it at the time, I think one of the arguments was that Stalin didn't have total control at the time as well. Do you think there's some credence there?
It's just like shit
No.
tankies say without any
I
substantiation.
personally don't think there's any credence there.
Yeah, as far as I know, that's the historical consensus. Is that's like almost all.
like
There's a couple
half-baked,
of exceptions,
tanky
but
shit.
most historians will say that it wasn't a genocide for that reason. We just don't.
That's not true.
It's like the same kind of half-baked
Most
things that
histor-
Nazis say
okay,
about
we really need
about
to
the
talk
Holocaust.
about this. Most historians
It's wild.
are No, that's not true.
A
would
lot of
have
historians say
sufficient
that
proof
it was a
genocidal intent.
genocide.
Like,
And
That's
that it was
also not
intentional.
true.
It's
Like,
it's
where is
obviously
this
not
coming
universal.
from? This idea that there is just zero evidence of intent, and that is consensus that it's not genocide.
Uh-oh.
Like, I really want to know where
Messed
this
that up.
opinion came from. Who are these historians that form the majority? I don't agree with this.
Okay, that was wrong. Well, how do I get that?
Like, there's pretty evidence of intent in the documents. I don't know. I feel like this is such a topic that it really needs proper and in-depth preparation. Because if I just go there without having really solid arguments in hand, then it's gonna be it's gonna devolve into just a silly back and forth.
Red, blue, yellow. So I feel like we did that already.
This
We'll
is
try it again.
this is exactly why I like. This is one thing that I really need to get my arguments in order.
The problem with, I guess, people who make that argument usually is that they will cling on to historical consensus when it suits them, and they will
His
completely
face.
ditch it when it doesn't.
Look
so you
at
might
Wick's
notice someone like
face.
Bada Panada will be
Look at
very
Wick's face.
scholarly and very particular with the.
Well, that's not true. Bad Panada is not very scholarly and not very particular when it comes to the Holodomor.
He
That's
just
the problem.
he just pretends to be.
That is the whole problem.
He just appeals to the aesthetic
Holodomor.
of being.
But if Israel
hide his
drops a
feelings,
bomb
yeah.
on a Hamas base and 3 civilians die, he'll call that a genocide. You know.
Yeah.
So that's just like, yeah, the
Yeah,
problem with the
there's
word
double
genocide,
standards
like
there, yeah.
people use the word genocide for political purposes. That's it. And Ukraine
Yeah.
did it as well with the Holodomor. Yeah.
No. That's not
Citation
it.
needed.
Like, come on. I disagree with this so much. I just cannot state. I cannot state enough just how much I disagree with this.
Whoa.
I would
Yeah.
completely.
Okay.
I
yeah,
had fun
so,
looking through the Holodomor genocide question page. It was
Was
fun.
it fun? Was looking over genocide fun? I'm glad.
Yeah, I think I think the more I look into it, the more passionate I grew about the subject, and I think I turned something that was more for entertainment into something that was more productive, and
Ownerbox has a very narrow-minded understanding of what genocide is. Yeah.
That's true. Oh, here's the other one.
Like,
Okay. Yellow, red, blue. All right.
well, it's gonna be a whole thing.
See, we
it's
didn't
gonna
need to
be
cheat.
a whole thing talking about.
You all wanted me to cheat.
It also doesn't explain why Ukrainians died more than other ethnic groups in the Soviet Union besides the Kazakhs, and why they were specifically called enemies of the state for asserting their national identity and had their grain stolen.
Wait, I
Like,
forgot
there's
it
a
now.
lot to talk when it comes to the Holodomor and establishing intent. And you can establish intent with the Holodomor. In fact, the conclusion that I'm coming to is that the Holodomor was not just a singular event. It was a continuation of a process that started long before the Holodomor. And that is actually the same conclusions that
Yellow, red, blue.
this book, full of primary sources, seems to be coming to as well. That was just like a continuation of policy and attitude towards the Ukrainian nation from much earlier time. Right? He really just means as a tool of punishment, a category that is out there to punish people after the fact instead of trying to understand the process of genocide and trying to understand how one can prevent. This is a really interesting point because the book called Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work, there's a whole chapter that speaks of how people that do genocide fundamentally, and that is a really big difference between a genocide and mass murder, for example. That people that enact genocide fundamentally,
fight.
on a very fundamental level, see themselves as moral people.
Okay.
Those who do genocide
Yellow,
see themselves as
red.
moral actors.
blue.
And they don't find necessarily joy or pleasure in the genocide. but they see it as a necessary sacrifice. They see it as a duty to perform in order to create a better world. You see? If we can only get this group eliminated that stands in the way of our progress, of our happiness, of our prosperity, if only we can get rid of that group, and it's my responsibility to take this painful, this sort of big task on. Bán János Korvin-Mikke. And I'm going to read from the book, okay? Also, if anyone's in the side chat, ban János Korvin-Mikke, please. You could of course claim that people who consciously take part in genocide, by definition, cannot be called moral. That agreeing to take part in the crime makes the hypothesis that it is caused by any moral claim to be null void. It is, however, a weak argument, not just because it seems to claim that genociders differ from us so radically that trying to find signs of genocide within everyday societies is useless. That thesis is false, and to believe this thesis takes away one of our fundamental mechanisms of preventing genocide, which is looking out for its early signs. You see? Does that make sense? It speaks directly to what Karasu said. Okay? It speaks directly to what Karasu said about prevention. Okay?
And I think it was good.
I think a good thing to remember is that genocide and it not being a genocide doesn't mean less bad. More people died in the Holodomor than most recognized genocides.
Dang.
Right? Like, the Bosnian genocide killed 7,000 people, or roughly thereabouts. Holodomor killed, like, what, 5 million?
5 million, yeah.
And starvation as well, so, like, pretty rough, pretty painful deaths. So to the point that people were getting shot if they tried to flee their villages to get food.
Yeah,
right?
the
To go to
zones, the
cities.
dark zones.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and they were forbidden. Like the Ukrainian Soviet Republic was basically became this hunger ghetto, and it was the only region in the USRS that was treated like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like people can. The problem is that
I love
tankies
this.
can cling on really hard to the fact that it's not recognized as a genocide by most historians. But
I don't even agree that it's not recognized as genocide by most historians.
I don't think that's true.
At the end of the day, like, what is it? Like, oh, joke's on you, liberal. It wasn't a genocide. Stalin was just retarded, and central planning sucks dick. Like, okay.
Yeah. Also,
It's
he was
still,
insane. You can make the
yeah.
insanity plead.
No, that's you cannot make that insanity plead. That's stupid. And there is plenty of evidence, again, in the documentation, and there is more evidence coming out in recent years that the Ukrainian region was singled out. Okay?
Like in
Food
court, right?
shops?
Like, yeah.
Good job. It was a pleasure.
All right, see ya, my fellow genocide denier.
Gang.
Based.
He kicked me. You kicked me.
I mean,
Look.
We need more questions. We need more talkers. I see a bunch of you.
And from this point onwards, Loner Box's chat just recognizes me now.
Perfect.
oh, did we get him? No.
in chat right now on my YouTube, my Kick, my Twitch. No, we're not
You got
bringing
me,
food
though.
chops back. Food chops is great in small doses. Okay, small doses.
Jesus.
But yeah, if you, dear viewer, have a question for
For Lucy.
Loner or want to talk about the Israel-Palestine situation, if you have an opinion, right? And a lot of people have said that you want to call in. But
Even
where
this
are
chat
you
wants you
when
back,
the
yeah.
offers on the table? Backstage is open.
Okay.
Just exclamation point Discord. Jump backstage. I'll pull you in.
Whoa.
And we'll talk. We can have a wonderful conversation.
Okay.
I'm not going to bring back food shops. Sorry.
Jesus.
Ban.
But anyway, like, I don't know. I've seen you fight with Bad Empanada before. I'll be real. I don't know much of Bad Empanada's work.
There was no one waiting. You see how there was no one waiting? Otherwise, you would have dragged them in instantly.
I don't follow him. I don't watch him. I don't listen to him. So I'm not sure exactly what drama there is there. But I don't know. You seem to get into several fights like this. Like I've seen you like on the trans genocide thing. I saw you got into quite a few fights. What was
Okay.
happening there? Why do you
Yeah,
think that
I
is?
will
Why do you think that is?
autistically, because I'll autistically defend things I believe, even if it gets me in trouble. Like, yeah, I don't know. Even if it doesn't matter that much, all of the issues, like,
Why you hating? I don't think he is hating. It hurts his ego that no.
Yeah, I'm reacting to another person. And we're talking about some heavy topics, genocide, Holodomor, and so, yeah. Pretty serious stuff. I just find it so disgusting how they make these sorts of topics the occasion of shallow and to, yeah.
Yeah.
No one is calling it. Yeah, I agree as well. Here's the thing. The food shops or / cat in small doses isn't the first time I've heard this. Okay, people throughout my life has always said that I am good in small doses. Okay, so this isn't really like a very novel thing. Okay. Another thing is because I am a lot to handle. Okay, I am a lot to handle in real life. I'm a
True.
lot to handle. Sometimes. All right. And in terms of the ego thing, yeah, it's true that normally Wick does in fact have a long line of people who wants to call in.
So I legit don't know why Polish Nazis even exist. They know the Nazis hated Polish people and Slavs as a whole, right? Yeah, but it's not a logic thing. It's not a logic thing. Okay, don't worry about it. It's not a logical thing.
But there was nobody to call in this time around, so Wick feels like, oh my god,
it's very boring, you know. But then when I do call in,
That one was on me.
chat likes me apparently, according to Wick, right? Yeah, chat wants me back, right? But then guess what?
What? What?
I took the spotlight. I took the spotlight.
Oh. From Wick.
And
I mean, I don't know how difficult it is to take the spotlight from Wick. Wick is not a very, no offense, charismatic figure. So I don't know how difficult it is to take the spotlight away from Wick. Wick does not do very much to make himself charismatic.
I think
German war.
all of these factors combined together might hurt his ego, alongside with all the drama going on at this time with Wick, and you know, the poster shit, right, and the anti-Semitism shit, right? So you know, I think all of these things combined together, basically like contributed towards, you know, the salt, some of the minor saltiness that is going on. But yeah, that's just my take.
Okay.
With the Bana Banada, like tankies and shit, people like that don't really have any power, and they never will, because they don't want power. They wouldn't want to. The revolution they advocate for would have a 50-50 chance of getting them killed by other revolutionaries. Of course they don't want that. But so they're not important, but like, I guess it's just interesting to me, right? Same with the genocide thing. That was just an interesting thing to me. Was why so many people were just.
Imagine a game show host getting butthurt the contestant wins the prize and not him. That's what Wick is doing. I can't. Okay, Wick. I'm gonna tell you right now, Wick actually genuinely cares about the poster topic. Like, he isn't just playing it up for content.
Okay.
He actually genuinely cares about the poster topic, and it's
Okay.
I
crazy.
agree with that. That seems to be the case.
I don't know how. I don't know why. But when
Okay.
somebody is actually genuinely invested and not just like trying to play their hearts out for the content, that's when things get interesting, right? That's when you have RGR getting, you know, their legal license threatened by Demon Mama and her cronies, right? That's when you
Cronies. I wouldn't go as far as to say that her legal
Dude,
license was ever in real jeopardy.
Demon
I don't
Mama
think-
derangement syndrome is real.
Also, it seems like RGR, to her credit, is doing some good work in real life now. I've seen some news from her on Twitter about some work done in Maryland.
That's good.
get Demon Mama
I mean, even if a person has horrible opinions on certain topics, you can acknowledge when they do good work in certain. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I think you can give credit when credit is due. I think that's okay.
and RGR going at each other. That's when you get
Now I've heard some very recent developments in Maryland from RGR. Apparently some good work is being done in real life by her.
Sons of Hakir drama, right? That's when you get Hassan.
When it comes to expanding trans healthcare in Maryland far beyond just hormones and surgeries. Like it would
God.
include like healthcare would like cover voice and hair removal. Yeah. I agree with that, Palm Dad. I agree with that. What she did back then was disgusting. But I still think we can acknowledge and give credit when something good is being done.
versus Destiny. That's when you get Vosh versus Destiny. That's when you get when people are actually emotionally invested and they're going at each other's throats. That is when you have the real content. This is where the real content begins and ends, right? All of this other stuff where people pretend that they're so invested in these subjects when they're not, that's all just fake shit. That's fake shit, okay? Because they're only going to be just as invested as long as the panel lasts or as long as the debate lasts, okay? Or as long as the segment lasts. But once they go to sleep and they wake up again, they'll forget about the subject. But when a subject such as the posters or the anti-Semitism shit, once Wick goes to sleep and once Wick wakes up, that shit is rent-free in his mind. And he will continue to post about it, rage post about it, every single day until it goes away. All right? Somehow. Either it'll blow up in his face or he'll hit the ground. Okay?
That's not very productive either, to be quite honest. I wouldn't call that productive either. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Or it will just die off, right?
Okay.
So I'm saying this is why we're watching in real time. We're watching in real time something that is so interesting and so fascinating going on, right? So yeah, I just think that, you know, we're seeing like somebody who is actually emotionally invested in something, which is
okay.
To me, that's something that's truly like psychologically fascinating, right?
Okay.
So emotionally tied to this word that they clearly didn't really understand or didn't really know, hadn't looked into any of the examples of it or previously, or why we call some things genocide and all that. Yeah, it's just,
I'm sorry. What did you just say?
we call some things, hadn't looked into any of the examples of it or previously, or why we call some things genocide and all that. Yeah, it's just.
Oh, it's all about recognizing. It's all about when we discuss what we call a genocide and what we do not call a genocide. It's about recognizing. Well, first of all, we have to remember, as a pretty wise author has said, that at the end of the day, what is a genocide is fundamentally what we decide a genocide is. All right? And it's about recognizing certain differences between a genocide and different types of crimes. It's about recognizing these differences and observing if these differences are present in the case that we consider
What did I miss?
to be a genocide. Right? It's about analyzing those things and see if those differences are present. And the biggest factor is usually establishing the genocidal intent of the party enacting the genocide. Right? It's a pretty important thing. And it is true that people often use the argument of calling things in conflicts genocides, but it is still worth sort of analyzing and going through. Is it a genocide? Is it a different type of crime? If it's a different type of crime, then what are the characteristics? Are the characteristics of genocide present here? You know, these sort of. But I don't think it's just worth dismissing, saying, oh, people just like the word, so they use it. I think there's a bit. I think there's a bit more to these things. Okay, let's.
I'd almost say genocide is a social construct.
Yeah, I just like. You can never take me away from something I'm interested in,
No?
even if that means burning a lot of bridges or whatever the fuck else.
What gives you, like, why did you, because you're
Lonerbox seems to think that genocides can only be recognized in hindsight. Well, that's That's a pretty dangerous road to take, because the most important thing when it comes to genocide is the
Just to prevent
attempt at
them.
prevention. Prevention is the name of the game.
The entire reason we
I think we would
invented
all
the
agree.
term.
I think the problem is that people
What's
don't
the point
understand
otherwise?
it's a technical legal term, and instead use it colloquially. I guess, yeah. Although, keep in mind that the Genocide Convention of the UN is the legal thing. But in academia, you have like 50 different definitions of genocide floating around. The UN one has the most prestige because it's sort of rooted in actual international law. But there are 50 existing definitions of genocide within academic discourse.
Okay.
Obviously, a little more knowledgeable than the average Twitch streamer on the Israel-Palestine situation.
Forgot the
Because
relic that
members
never
of the
was,
Wilson
Interested in
Alpha.
this
but
topic
to
and
trap
stuff.
the
All
damned
right.
and
What,
lost.
do you have stake in the area?
These sunken
anything
halls
like
of
that?
ancient stone
I have a bit of
yearn
stake,
to
I
rip
guess, because
flesh
Lebanon
from
gets
bone.
involved and my grandmother might die. Yeah, fucking. I think.
The issue is, to me, that often people only understand that as a legal term instead of as a social process. This is the issue of loner box's take. Yeah, but I think in case of loner box, I think that's a little bit of a blind spot
Oh,
for
I don't
loner
like
box.
that.
I don't think it's limited to the genocide discourse. I just think that loner box in general is really focused on the legal side of things in general, and that he overemphasizes the effectiveness and also relevancy of legality when it comes to discussing things, if that makes sense. You know? Just because something is enshrined in the law, it doesn't mean that it's the right thing. Laws can be bad. There can be horrible laws. And we also have to keep that in mind, that laws are not infallible, right? So we have to be careful when we discuss things through the lens of the law purely, right? Because laws can be horrible. The law can be horrible, and it can also be abused. Laws can have certain things that can be sort of taken advantage of. It is not as much important which one you choose, but explain why you choose the one and what is your goal with that. The real issue of Loner Box is not even that he concentrates with the legal contemporary usage, but that he dunks on people, pointing out how flawed that is at times. Right. Like, it has its limits, definitely. Keep in mind, like, the UN definition has many flaws. The UN definition has a lot of flaws, okay? And
one reason for that, you could say, is that it is written by people who themselves could argue to be guilty of genocide. So there's like a perverse incentive there for them to twist the definition into something that would
good
be
law could be
beneficial to them.
implemented badly as well. Yeah, that's true. And keep in mind, right, that when Lemkin the biggest advocate for the UN genocide convention, was dying. He said that the convention was a failure. Okay? And as I said before, he predicted that the world would just commit genocide and there would not be a recourse, and that the genocide convention would not be much help in many cases. He predicted that on his deathbed. You know? And of course, the genocide convention during his lifetime was limited in scope as well. You know?
It's spooky level.
Yeah. When you have such a complicated topic as genocide, then of course you will have many different, definitions, right? Because you have to remember that there are no two identical genocides. Like, there are characteristics of genocides that are sort of shared. Like the one that I've said, that genocide is about creating the outcome without the group in it. But genocides manifest in many different ways, you know? And sometimes, if you have a single definition, something that is clearly a genocide will not fit the bounds of the definition because it manifests in a different way than different ones, you know? It gets complicated, right?
Nice.
Like, honestly, I think Lucy and perhaps me will dig into genocide of Tamils, and you might see how flawed systems we have. Oh yeah, it's not on I think. We're definitely diving into it. We're gonna discuss it. We're gonna go through the genocides and we're gonna discuss them. It's important.
We need a backpack.
Yes. Sort of, yes. Greater range. Like, for example, the genocide in China is not about mass death, but it's about something more insidious.
Hey, we found the
Uyghur
backpack.
genocide, yes? Uyghur.
I knew there had to be one. There was way too much ammo.
Checklists can help, though. If we think about the 10 steps of genocide, however, it should not be just limited to checklists.
That's good level design.
One has to understand the goal of the process. Yes, that is super important.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. The goal of the process. You know? That's the whole thing. And even in the UN definition, there are characteristics listed of genocide. And you don't have to meet all of them for a
That's
thing to
true.
be genocide. You just have to meet one.
The UN definition is
To
actually pretty
praise
broad.
Berampanada's work, Berampanada did have a very good video on the genocide of the Uyghurs. Yeah? Okay, we might watch it. We might watch it. We might watch it and get into it then. As I've said, we're gonna give credit where credit is due, okay?
Oh, we're trapped.
He really did a good video on the genocide on the Uyghurs. Then we're gonna watch it and we're gonna, if it's good, we're gonna give it credit, right? Just because a person is on average very strange,
sneaky.
it doesn't mean that they cannot do anything good ever. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, the goal, the intent, exactly. The goal, the intent.
Another one.
She wants to leave now. It gets a bit too tense there.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was interested in it from the
Hezbollah is
very
in
beginning.
Lebanon.
Like, before I was into politics, I was interested in Israel Palestine because I lived in Dubai and I had my best friend was an Iranian, so I would think it was when the second Intifada was happening.
Dubai.
It just kicked off and it was all in the news. I was like, what the fuck? What's Israel Palestine? And then my Iranian friend said there are these two countries who are fighting, and he said I'm with the Palestinians because they're like the underdogs. More Palestinians die basically. I was like, okay, fair enough. So I'll just become a Palestine kid. And then I was that for. And then the next thing I heard about it properly was Lebanon getting bombed by Israel in the 2006 war.
So enough. That's basically it for my segment. And
How explicit does it has to be? Like that's the biggest problem that people have when it comes to charging countries with genocide. How explicit the intent has to be. Yeah.
if you guys want like examples of like the other callers,
Like the Myanmar genocide is a big example, right? The Myanmar genocide. You know about the Myanmar genocide, right? That's a big example.
after me, here I'll give you guys a few examples, okay? No hate to the other callers, all right? I'm just saying, okay?
What?
Bro, they have no callers for this long.
Okay.
Kind of led to it. We said Jews in this conversation, Wick.
You could probably say it a bunch. You could probably say it a bunch because leftists and centrists can say it. Right wingers can't say it.
Sorry, you didn't answer my first question. Do you think it's possible for a human being to be
Which is
racist?
what? Of course.
Yeah. Though with China, it's not as simple as that because with China, the genocide started before the terrorism, before any terrorist acts, you know? The terrorist acts were a response to the genocide and not the other way around. But then China has a sort of like a nice excuse to say, see, they're doing terror attacks, so we have to do the thing that we were doing anyway. You know? And the interesting thing is that many restrictive laws that China pushes against the Uyghurs, the rest of China does not have those restrictions. Not really what? Yeah, but the recent camps were far from the beginning of the genocide of the Uyghurs. It started with horrible repressions of the region. Like, it started way back. It started way before the recent camps. And the terrorist attacks of the Uyghurs are...
Doom 64? Yeah, this is Doom 64. Well, it's a mod called Doom 64 Ascension.
Those repressions.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it did not. No. I'm not saying it did. It did not. It started way earlier, of course, yeah. Like the attacks, the terrorist attacks did not just start out of thin air. They were a response to China's treatment of the entire region. The draconian laws, the othering, etc. That's that happened way before. Yeah. It's a long history. Yeah. Sure, I agree then, but what is important here is that China absolutely copies US arguments around 9/11. Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm not saying that China is not copying the US arguments. It absolutely does, because it's convenient. I'm just saying that if you actually investigate the thing, then their argument falls flat, That if you actually look into the matter, that their argument is really fallacious. Of course they're doing it. It's a really compelling argument for many people, so they're gonna go with it, right? Because anti-Muslim rhetoric is something that is really compelling to many. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree that if you have terror attacks, you will have this association of Muslims with terrorists, and then you can yeah. Can you remind me what the proto-genocide was defined as in that Holocaust conference you went to a while back? Proto-genocide was defined as something that has all of the mechanisms of genocide, that all the parts are in place, or the mechanisms are in place, but the genocide itself has not quite started yet.
Oh.
But everything is in place to start it. A proto-genocide. Yeah, same about Western anti-Muslim rhetoric. Yeah, like in Poland also uses that rhetoric. Like, one of the arguments that Poland, especially the far-right government, used was, do you want Poland to be like the Western countries where you have terror attacks non-stop or something like that? Yeah. It's a very liked argument by reactionaries. It's very... So I'm not surprised China would use it. I mean, I know China uses it. Yeah. It's Yeah, we're gonna dive into that genocide as well. And it also demonstrates how powerless the UN Convention can be, the Genocide Convention. It's pretty powerless against China, for example.
I don't know. What does it matter to me? I'm not a racist.
That's
Are
not
you
what I
a
asked
racist?
you. That's not what I asked you. I just asked you a simple question. It doesn't need to matter to you. I'm just asking you
Possible?
if you think it's
Is it
possible for a person to be
for
racist.
somebody to be a racist?
Yeah.
Sure.
Does it exist? Yeah. Okay.
So?
So what, if someone's a racist,
This
why wouldn't you?
Xbox
what's wrong with calling them that?
lobby caller, dude. Modern Warfare 3, motherfucker.
If someone's a Jew, what's wrong with calling them that?
Okay, the Big Nick,
Yeah, of course
I
you can call
appreciate
someone-
you, buddy, but
You're a
I
coward.
want my
Fuck
Twitch
off.
channel to survive.
I'm a coward. I'm a coward. I'm a
Yeah,
coward.
you're dodging
Look,
every
I'll-
question. You're
Okay.
equivocating.
No.
I
You're
we
spying.
will
Chat, I said
set
I don't
something
do
up
these
that is
because
on
I-
Kick. Hold on, Big Nick. I will
I
set
don't
this
wanna upset your
conversation
chat.
up on Kick or something, so
Can
we
I
can
just-
actually have this conversation.
You
But
have
right now we
incredibly
can't
low
have this
testosterone.
conversation. Okay. So I'm gonna let you go.
I'm
Thank
6'5", buddy. Come to Canada.
You can still have low testosterone and be 6'5".
I'm very low testosterone.
Oh, my
I'm very
channel.
low testosterone.
Yeah, like that's the kind of
Yeah,
quality we're
barbecue.
talking
Yeah,
about after
barbecue.
me.
Barbecue.
Guys,
I don't know what my
that's the
testosterone
quality
levels
we're
are.
talking about
Yeah,
after me.
BBQ.
I'm gonna be
Come
honest.
on. I got kicked off so early. I'm so sad.
Things because that discussion devolved almost.
Well,
way
here's my
further.
answer for you, and I don't know if you'll accept it. It's also just a
Oh, this guy was pretty decent, so he's pretty cool. I think some of these guys are pretty decent and cool. This guy was fucking unhinged. Admiral Gibbs, this guy was actually unhinged.
Who is this?
Since I missed out yesterday here on the Wick holiday
This guy-
extravaganza.
Okay, well,
Who
thank
that?
you. I
This
appreciate it. I
guy-
like it.
Oh, you've missed a lot. You've missed so much content.
This guy looks like he just shits Star Spangled Banner.
I do know my testosterone levels, and they're low. And I'm happy about it. They're so low. They're so unimaginably low.
Banners. He pees and poops Star Spangled Banners, bro.
Austin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Every
the
day.
meme
is okay
always
for
rises to
Austin.
the top.
What you got for us?
Okay.
So
To do, I consider, because I don't think
He takes
American
Alaska
occupation
home.
and nation building of like Gaza is necessarily going to be a good idea. So
no, well that should be Israeli occupation. Why does America got to do what our proxies need to be doing, right?
yeah, I know, yeah. And why would it,
He did a word
I
on
don't really
change
trust
in
Israel
order to get
do it without
on.
maybe
Yeah.
some UN input as well. So yeah, fuck.
I mean, so y'all, I'm sorry if I missed this. Do y'all actually believe a two-state solution is viable? Because at this point, I don't think that it's a viable solution. I think that
What do you
honestly,
think?
Well, I had a doctor's appointment, Lulu. Yeah, doctor is important. Don't be mad at me. Sorry, I'm
that
sorry.
Israel's been too soft with Palestine to some degree, and I know this is going to sound kind of crazy on the first glance, but
No way. An Israel-Palestine opinion is gonna sound crazy. No way. No way.
I think if they had initially taken the lands and they'd kept it after the wars that had gotten forced onto them and they had expanded, I think if they had just kept their winnings, at this point, the people would have been assimilated as one country. It might have been rough, but I think
I don't think so.
now trying to assimilate them as one country is going to be much harder than if they had originally done it. And I think now if they could have had more of a fair
I saw that
state,
guy
say,
in
give their
Yu-Gi-Oh!
gov-
What is it, Bandit Keith? Yeah, I even know the name right off the bat, just like that.
government and under his rule. But now, I
Oh,
mean, they have a
no,
puppet
don't
government
be
with
mad at
Hamas.
me.
They have like a, and then even then they have no power. And if Israel does come in there and do the one-state solution, I think it's gonna be rough. But I think it's better than this current two-state paradox that we're in.
Also, I'm not you.
When you're saying they should have taken it all over, what, from Gaza and the West Bank as well? Like in what war? 67 or?
Yeah. I mean, anyone where they've had control over the region.
So the problem is that, like, if they're taking it over, though, they're not giving the
get
Palestinians
in there?
voting rights.
I mean, do the Arabs under Israel have voting rights right now?
The ones
Yeah.
in Israel do, but if they're bringing the
if they're once
demographics
they-
up from 20% Arab to 50, they're not going to want a 50%.
That's still not. That's still
split.
not it. The numbers don't reflect that. I mean, I looked at the numbers just a little bit ago because I was talking about it earlier, and that basically, even with the addition of the
Why the music? All of a
2.5
sudden.
million Gazans,
I will describe to you. I'd love to quickly kill it when you saw some weird facial making it sus, but Wick does this all the time. Yeah,
Turn the music off.
Okay.
Oh my god.
like that's fine. That's okay. Like quickly, like he actually allowed me a long speaking time. I'm gonna be honest and fair with you. He allowed me a pretty long speaking time, but also like yeah, this
Cool.
Admiral Gibbs guy, like he's pretty unhinged. Not gonna lie.
Alright.
Like he's basically advocating for like early ethnic cleansing, ethnic cleansing them as hard as they can early on to avoid like future suffering. Like that's literally what Admiral Gibbs is like advocating for, I think.
Again, to Sophie in the other chat, there is an ongoing never stop genocide against trans people in many places. See forest, courage sterilization, and the recently rolled on laws push for laws are absolutely part of that process. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's crazy. That's crazy.
Guess the video's over. We're gonna do a palette cleanser. We're gonna go do a Vouch palette cleanser in our genocide stream. Hype! We're hyping up the genocide stream. Woo! Yay! We're discussing genocide today. Amazing.
Yes, it's evolution of like all
We're
of
preparing to discuss it with Loner Bob. But wow, I really think more can be done with this. Maybe I'll DM him and we'll see if we can get something going. Something more. Loner box. I mean, I can DM Vosh, but I don't think he'll answer.
Somebody who has a fucking minion.
Oh, you do this, Lulu. Why I do what? Discuss the Holodomor? Because I don't like it when people deny that it's a genocide. I just don't like it.
Oh, it's Stardust.
where they can radicalize like people.
But that's after Loner
blood
Box.
libel person, and I'm gonna call him a pedo.
Right, and I'm glad that we. Okay, all right. Cool.
I'm not a big fan of genocide.
I don't like Wix format
denial.
because you could have provided way more. Fuck. I think you know.
Who? Wait, what? Who?
That was abrupt. The video just
What?
ends like that.
Oh. Listen.
Did I miss something?
Oh. Alright, I don't hold anything against anyone. I hold no hatred in my heart. Alright.
Okay. Okay, we're doing a palette cleanser with Vouch. What is this?
Republicans, people would be willing to cross the aisle.
Oh, it's a debate. Okay, Vouch. Gonna palette cleanser. This is not World War III. Okay. We're gonna take a look at the best thing. This is sexist. Nazi rally in Italy. I have a video that I wanted to watch for a while now. Where is it? I can't find it. It was a fun video. Maybe it's from last year. It was about... sort of about genocide. No, that was someone else. Gosh, I had a video that I wanted to react to. It was a short video. Now it's just out of my mind for some reason. Oh god, Luna, oh, I had a specific video in my mind that I wanted to watch and react to. Oh, I know. Okay, yes, I remember now. Where is it? There we go. Trump's speech is so bad it makes me feel hopeful for the 2024 election. That's the video that I wanted. Okay, I lied. It's not short. It doesn't matter because our stream is gonna be long tonight. It's okay. Our stream is gonna be
We gotta find
super
the safe
long. It's gonna
spots.
be full of excitement. Oh, Arkael, wait. Okay, we're gonna do a palette cleanser later. We have a guest now. We have a guest. We are entertaining a guest.
Okay, we can call in now.
A friend of the channel.
All right. We'll call in. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? I cannot hear anything. Can you hear me? We are having difficulties. Hello?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm pretty okay. I'm just sort of waiting to how to say you know, I've been pretty okay. Can you introduce yourself to all of our, viewers and tell me who you are and what you do and what your whole thing is?
Hello, I am Arkael. I stream on YouTube sometimes.
Some call you Arkael.
That's true.
And by some I mean me.
I play video games, mostly Doom. I sometimes do politics stuff. And yeah, that's about it. I wanted to react to a food shops debate about transmedicalism, and I thought that we could go over it together.
Excellent.
Because I saw that you were reacting to food shop
to-
stuff.
Yeah. Would you like to, or is it? Would you perhaps like to share the video?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
No. Share it on the. That's
I can
be the
screen
best
share.
way. Yeah, screen share it.
Okay, I'll screen share it.
And I'm just gonna.
All right, I'm gonna save my game.
Doom.
Yeah. I was literally just sniping your stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, how many viewers?
We're stealing content. One viewer right now. We had 2 concurrent viewers earlier today. All right, here we go. So we got this here. I'm gonna share the screen. How do I?
Oh wow, I've got chatters on the Twitch. I didn't notice.
Entire screen. Okay, screen 2.
Hello, Hrundo. And hello, Cotton. Something. And first time chat.
So we're gonna share this, and we're gonna take it out of 144p. That's probably no
Okay,
good.
I'm gonna pop out. Okay. And I'm just gonna sort of put this on the screen, okay?
All right.
Wait, one moment, okay? I'm gonna add a thing.
Yeah, we've got
Hold the
one
window.
viewer. That's Periwinkle. Welcome to
Window
chat,
capture.
Periwinkle. Thank you for
You
being
should
here.
all go subscribe to RKL and you should link yourself. You should give me a link that you want me
Okay.
to share and I'll share it in the chat.
All right, I'll share my stream link with you. I have a website, but it's down right now.
Do you have a what website?
It's mostly .software, but it's not currently working.
You should get a white forest.
Yeah.
Share it in the chat.
All right, I'll share. Here we go.
Is that it? It's it, yeah.
There we
Hold
go.
up. Okay. Done. We're gonna make it a bit smaller so that you can still see me. Sort of. Oh, what did I make smaller? It's okay. It's gonna be okay. So let me see. Oh, did you link?
Yes.
You linked? Okay, your YouTube. I'm gonna link it everywhere so people can appreciate your work. Are you gonna debate food shops still?
Yeah, I was gonna call in sometime soon. I'm not sure if that'll be tonight or not, because I've got work pretty early tomorrow, but we'll see. I might go late tonight.
Okay, so you're gonna debate food shops then, right?
Pardon?
You're gonna debate food shops on transmedicalism?
Yeah, on transmedicalism. As far as I know.
So, what's the deal? Can you give us a little bit of a teaser, trailer to the debate? What it's gonna be about exactly?
So Food Shops posted a video reviewing like her old panels and stuff, and she was steel manning arguments like for and against transmedicalism, and I reacted to that on stream, and then she reacted to my reaction, and it was floated that I like show up for a debate or something, and I decided, okay, I'm gonna take some time and like do some research and put together like a proper list of arguments against transmedicalism, just to make sure that I'm not showing up with just like, platitudes or, half-baked arguments.
What are your pronouns again? Sorry to ask.
Oh, they, them. And yeah, that's basically it. I've watched some transmedicalist debates. I read some articles, looked up some data. I've got a list of anti-transmedicalist arguments, and one of the things that I noticed Food Shops was talking up her moderator Yoon, and then I saw just earlier today that
I noticed,
yeah, and she debated said moderator. The video is 57 minutes long, and I'm like, oh well, I should go over that, see what kind of arguments Yoon makes, to see like see what we got here, because that seems kind of interesting. I want to make sure I have the strongest arguments that I can have. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what are we watching right now?
We are watching Food Shops debating Yoon on transmedicalism. The video title
so
is...
that moderator.
Yeah. Mod confronts me on my non-binary takes, debate with Yoon. And it's 57 minutes.
Interesting. Okay, let's watch it. We're gonna give a joint commentary.
Okay. And tell me at any point if you want me to pause.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna scream like a child.
Awesome.
Okay. We can
Social
start
purity
then.
testing people
What?
because there's no utility to that
Wait,
whatsoever.
is the sound on?
No.
Oh, no sound? Okay, hold on. Let's figure out the sound.
Is there supposed to be sound there?
Yeah, there was sound for me.
Oh, there was no sound from me. It was quiet.
How do
Did
we
you
get the
share a
sound?
window or a program?
I shared the
What
screen.
share did you? I think you have to share the exact thing, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
The screen or
You
the
have
window?
sound on the window.
Okay, I'll share the window.
Yeah, I think you have sound on.
All right. Let me know if there's audio this time.
Oh.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
put it this way. There's no exact moment when you know you're trans, right? So
Are you getting
if that's
audio?
what makes them trans, it's not saying
No,
they're trans because
But I'm.
Dang.
Oh yeah, I have to click on the stream.
Oh, yeah.
Can you play it?
Okay.
social purity testing people
What?
No
because
audio.
there's no utility.
Nope.
There's no audio. No.
Hmm.
Did you share the window?
Yes.
That's weird.
How can I fix this? Discord confuses me. Yeah, it says it's sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna unshare.
Yeah. Close.
Gonna
stream.
reshare the window.
Okay.
To share audio, share a tab or screen. Okay.
Mhm.
Share tab.
Mm-hmm.
Share tab audio. Yes.
Okay. Watch stream.
Now it should work.
Yeah.
Ability to that
Slowly.
whatsoever.
No.
We
Okay, let me
have.
put it this way. There's no exact moment when
We
you
have
know you're
audio.
trans, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay, good.
If that's what makes them trans, it's not saying they're trans because
Wait, can I just be able to finish? You're getting heated a little bit, okay? So you're talking about something that maybe is on par with gender abolitionism. That is what you're talking about. Hi.
The video is a bit choppy though.
Oh. Okay. Got 1080p. That might just be my internet connection. What can I do to fix
Yeah.
that? Wonder if I can close other windows here.
Okay. Hello, Chris S.
Hi.
We're gonna watch a
what's up?
debate, a transmedicalist debate. It's gonna be a big, juicy segment where it's gonna be
Okay.
exciting. It's gonna be
If
so
this-
exciting that
If it's still choppy now, maybe we should play it on
I
your
mean
end.
it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean it's fine for me. Like as in I'm not gonna be picky if it's not like there's stellar things happening on the you know.
All right.
If we hear the arguments and we can discuss them, then I think nobody will complain. Or do 480, resolution thing.
All right. Sounds good.
Hi.
Yeah?
Hi,
Yeah, what's up?
I'm sick.
Yeah, I know you are. Hello, you're so cute. Oh, Cam can cook. Got Connor's in for Sunday morning. Have a good evening. You have a good evening too. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. Much appreciated. Yeah.
Nice. Hello.
What are you doing? Are we watching this Hunter video or?
Well, it's more like I'm trying to figure out. Well, it's more like me procrastinating on working on the debate manifesto. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
Oh God, manifesto.
For what?
More
It's al-
manifestos that we
Wait.
It's
what
always
we need, right?
manifestos
I've
with
always
these
been
people.
planning on making a debate manifesto. Remember?
Well, what does that mean?
Basically, it's like a entire like all the debate tactics into one like booklet.
What is it a
I can do
manifesto?
it for
Can you
on one
pause?
page.
I don't know. That's just the word that they
Why does
use.
she call it manifesto? It's just an instruction manual, if that's the case.
That's just the word that they
It's a
use for like
tutorial.
essay, or they'll substitute like essay and research document and this and that for manifesto. That's just the word they use.
I see. Interesting.
It's their in-group lingo.
Oh God. All right, fine.
They,
Okay.
it's the school shooter aesthetic that DGG is aspiring to.
What?
I don't know.
Oh.
That's the vibe that I get.
Debate brochure.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
No.
Hey, we can continue.
I promise I could.
Because I want to have like links to video and timestamps in it to many different like debaters and stuff.
I don't even think I think this already exists.
Really?
Yeah.
Where? Who?
Well, I don't know if it's in you can just look at how professional debaters.
Nope. I want it in the cat version. The cat style.
Who are
of
the
spastic.
professional debaters?
Okay, I'm gonna take a guess. It's gonna be Hunter Avalone, Vosh, Destiny, people like that. That's probably who she's referring to.
Professional debaters.
Yeah.
God.
That's my guess.
Yeah. Okay.
In English.
I want it in my own writing style.
Okay.
I mean, you can do it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying there's a lot of things you can reference for that.
Yeah.
Without relying on finding.
And also, by the way, how do you debate these conspiracy theory types who refer to these research papers and then say where does the funding come from or shit like that? How do you do it? How do you do it?
I mean, something being funded by something else proves nothing. So
I'm a professional debater.
Yeah, but then you're
That's true.
I debated almost no one.
You debated Lonerbox, and I think she would say Lonerbox is a professional debater.
Bro, and I did pretty well as well.
Yeah.
And we ended friendly after the debate, which is a rarity in the debate.
Yeah, that's a W.
So I guess, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Not really.
We're gonna have another debate.
Yeah, it does. Wait, yeah, because you're put on defensive. Because then they're just constantly attacking you now, right?
I'm gonna turn you up.
Okay.
People demand it.
That's why you don't let them frame the conversation.
You're too soft-spoken.
Yeah, I have to put up the gain on my mic. I also need a better mic.
You just tell them.
We should get you a better mic. Everybody donates to Arcael. How can people donate to you?
Wait, hold on. Okay, it's Ko-fi, so ko-fi.com.
No, give me a link.
Oh,
give me a
yeah,
link.
I'll just send it to you.
And I link it. Yeah.
Doi. Here you go.
Yeah, everybody donate to Arcael so they can get a better mic. Donate, it's important. Microphone is important. Okay. We've done the important thing, which is a shilling for your interests, and we can now continue.
Based.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna share it on the Twitch as well, even though almost no one's watching on Twitch. Some people did actually chat, and I didn't see it. I think they left. Should pay more attention to the Twitch chat. I've been not paying attention because usually nobody watches. I've been caught off guard when somebody actually did. Okay.
All right.
Back.
Oh, there's a command for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but then they're just gonna say it's copium, right?
You can tell them they're coping and then attack them.
Do I go to personal attacks after that?
Well, no, it doesn't have to be personal. You just attack their argument. Like if they don't have solid evidence and they're relying on fucking funding sources to prove anything, then they don't have a solid argument. So you can just present your solid argument and keep attacking theirs and you win. Like it's not that hard. Like just because they can frame you a certain way doesn't mean you have to accept that framing for the whole conversation. Like you can just frame them back and you'd be correct. So who cares?
Okay.
Okay.
They're gonna. When are they gonna start debating?
Yeah, it doesn't get to the debate right away, I guess. I hope it starts soon.
Okay, let's just see what happens.
Anyway,
You having fun yet,
transmedicalism is cringe.
Yes.
Okay.
Honestly, because it doesn't even seem like transmedicalism even means transmedicalism. Like that's kind
Okay,
of
here we go.
the discussion we were having before.
What?
Like it feels like transmedicalism means like I'm going to socially determine who is and isn't trans or non-binary.
True.
Which is like not medical. Like, you know what I mean?
I just
Cause like
all
it's...
all it is that Emma and I just think that these.
Okay, so that's kind of like
pause?
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that trying to search and find out who is and who isn't trans feels like such a pointless endeavor.
It is. It's literally impossible. Like by
Yeah.
definition, you can't know what's in somebody's head.
Yeah, it's like trying to find out who is fake and who's real. It feels like such a, I don't know, such a service to transphobes.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
I don't know, not much besides that.
So when I approach the debate, there are like two possible approaches that I think I could take. And one of them is I can just like show up with my list of arguments and just kind of go through them. You know, just like I've got my intro statement and I can just rattle them off and then just kind of substantiate them one by one. Or I could just show up and just be like, I know nothing, and just ask questions and be like, I'm here to learn what you think and you can educate me. And I'm still undecided.
Approach.
Yeah.
You know, like
especially with
having in mind Food Shops has a pretty specific way of debating.
Yeah, having seen some of her debates, I feel like the second approach is probably better, because otherwise I'll end up getting caught in the weeds.
Yeah, like the one that I reacted to. It was a very bad debate. I just I don't know. I don't know how to sort of talk to someone that basically creates arguments without any sort of logic to them.
Yeah.
You know?
At the same time, like if I'm just asking questions, like I don't want to be taken for like a ride, like just have her like string me along like a million different paths, you know? Where it's like
technically
they have
speaking,
to be very...
you can just ask a question, and if she answers with something really weird or incorrect, you can just interrogate it further.
Yeah, that's true.
With more questions.
Yeah, and I do have
Vosh
like a list
did with that person. Like Vosh did that with this one person about what was the topic? Oh my gosh. Might have been Ukraine. Yeah, it was Ukraine. He just kept asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
It was a debate on Ukraine. It was very bad, but the person was very bad, but Vosh just kept asking questions basically.
Because like one of the
sort of exposing that the person didn't know anything through asking questions.
Yeah, that's kind of the goal. Because one of the big conclusions that I came to in my research was that transmedicalism is kind of a misnomer in that it's almost like scientism, where it's aestheticizing the appearance of being rooted in the medical industry and relying on medical standards, when it actually completely rejects all of the like mainstream medical organizations standards on transgender healthcare and like definitions of what it means to be trans and what is gender dysphoria and gender identity.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
So like the asking questions route could kind of go in the direction of like, well, what does being trans mean, and like And what would you rely on in order to determine that somebody is trans, and like, and what is your
Not.
basis for that? Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, if you're relying on doctors, then what would they rely on, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that might be a good
Yeah.
path to go down.
Yeah, basically, yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right, we'll continue.
Yeah, I guess we can. Yeah, we can
Figures.
continue.
Cringe. That's all it is.
Okay, but you can think they're cringe, but that doesn't mean you invalidate. But that doesn't mean you actually know if they're trans or not. Like, there's a difference
There's
between those
like
two things, right? 'Cause I think
genocide
what's
food
happening
shops.
is like you're seeing people who are like trenders, and you see them doing damage to real trans people.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, I don't think that makes you a trans medicalist if you don't think they're trans. Like, that just means you don't think they're trans. Because, like, in a sense, we're all trans medicalists.
I fucking died.
No.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, we're
like, we all
not.
believe that-
Pause.
What does that mean?
We're not all trans medicalists. I don't think so. No, first of all, and second of all, transgender is such a ridiculous term. I don't even accept it. I don't accept this term. Transgender.
It's really stupid. Yeah.
Like, come on, transgender. Come on. Like, it implies that being trans is trendy in some way, and that's ridiculous. There's
Yeah.
nothing trendy about being trans. Oh, so
Yeah.
trendy to be hated. It's so amazing. It's so cool. You should try it. You should try the new trend of being hated by everybody.
Yeah, getting so much social capital from being trans.
If that there is
Especially it's a term thrown at non-binary people.
Yeah, really.
So it's like a double whammy. Cis people hate you, and some trans people hate you as well. Like, what a joy! What a trend to follow.
It's like they're jealous of like a Tumblr friend group or something. It's like they think that's social privilege, having a Tumblr group.
Very, very. I don't know.
State of mind that we can verify as trans or non-binary.
Oops.
Which is, in the case of non-binary, dysphoria or incongruence towards both genders. And for trans people, it's
playing with your
dysphoria or
phone.
incongruence towards one.
I mean, I
your
sometimes
assigned
play with my
gender.
phone on stream,
Right.
so I'm guilty.
And it's a bit confusing when we say trans people, because non-binary people are trans people, but like when we say trans people, we typically mean like trans women or trans men.
Yeah.
But the category trans includes non-binary people, which is a bit of I think that's a big source of confusion for a lot of people. Which is why they think non-binary people aren't trans.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know.
think
It's-
I don't know what the
I-
confusion is here, to be quite honest.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
I just don't. What's the confusion?
it
What is
kind
there
of
to be confused about here?
it kind of seems like Yoon is like.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like Yoon is trying to appease food shops or like meet her halfway or something.
Right.
That's kind of the impression that I'm getting. Maybe I'm off base. I guess we'll
Yeah.
see.
Like, maybe if we agree that a trans person is a person that does not identify with the gender assigned to them at birth, then suddenly all the confusion should be done away with, no? And it's a pretty simple definition to go with as well.
Yeah.
No? Right?
That makes
And
sense
it
to me.
just encapsulates non-binary people or any other identity. So it's pretty simple. I don't know. I don't know where the confusion sort of comes from. Maybe Yoon will explain it, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, let's go then.
So what do you think then? What do you think my thing should be?
I think you should advocate for not social purity testing people.
What?
Because there's no utility to that whatsoever.
I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's pointless.
No.
Okay, let's.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put it this way. There's no exact moment when you know you're trans, right? Like there's literally the LGBTQ. The Q stands for questioning. So if someone is questioning, and they look like
Wait, I thought it was queer.
Yeah, I think it's queer.
Questioning.
I think you might be
No,
mistaken.
what? Yeah, I always thought it was queer.
You a person.
Isn't queuing queer? What the fuck?
Oh, I think it can mean both. Anyway.
Oh, they addressed it.
Stupid.
Like, say this person, like, pull it up on the stream. I just googled non-binary person.
Yeah. I mean, most people aren't gonna be that judgmental. You know what I
Maybe
mean?
both. Okay, fair enough.
No, but I'm not talking about most people. I'm talking about you.
Yeah, but that person? Yeah, but I'm just saying. Okay, I
Definitely
wouldn't be able to
queer.
tell, but I'm just saying, like, some people are just gonna be cringe, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything though. Like, what are you gonna go into a debate with Hunter and be like, some people are cringe, Hunter? Like, that's not a position.
Like,
Like,
some
what is your
people,
prescription for how we should treat
some
people who
just
identify one way
some people
and
are
look
just
another way?
gonna, some people are just completely gonna be girls. You know what I mean? Like girls, right? Act like
What does
girls,
that?
be
Who?
girls, and look like girls, and act like girls, and be girls. You know what I mean?
And for the people
And
that
then,
don't.
huh?
And what?
And for the people that
I
don't.
don't.
Good for them.
I don't know what food is arguing here.
I don't know either. What's the point being made here? What? I don't get it. Maybe I'm too slow. Maybe I'm too ill still to get it. Maybe I'm too much in the genocide mode to get things like this.
Yeah, maybe this is too big brain.
Exactly. I'm gonna have to
But
go back to
identify
my simple topics. Genocide.
as female regardless.
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, if they're gonna act like girls, be like girls, and look like girls, but then, like, because, like, they just harp on, like, the entire transgender thing, it just harms the movement. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's the problem,
Yeah,
right?
but
I don't know.
Like
I
giving.
don't know what you mean, to be honest.
Yeah.
It also assumes that there's one correct way to be a girl. That's just.
Yeah, that seems to be baked into not just this, but past arguments that I've heard her make as well, where she seems to be kind of relying on just the assumption of like very rigid gender norms, where
Yeah.
I think she's kind of
Very
just
interesting.
buying into the kind of conservative assumption of like, oh, girls should act this way and boys should act this way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it did sort of come out in the earlier video when she did a very masked voice and started swearing like a sailor, and then did the maximum femme voice and did a very delicate and without swearing type of speaking. I
And
guess there's
yeah.
something there to be talked about.
Like giving them the benefit of the doubt is great, because I know your argument, right? Because you're saying the argument, the entire argument is that you give them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Hold on, no, that's not my argument.
Wait, is it
my
not?
argument is that those people. It's not about giving them the benefit of the doubt. It's not even about believing them. It's the fact that we cannot externally validate or invalidate their gender, so there's no way for us to judge.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
Wait.
Yeah,
but we've already talked about it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way to know somebody's identity.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure,
Only
but
they
no,
can
but
know
yeah,
it. Only they can know it.
Yeah.
The person that has the identity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no one's making an argument
Yes,
to
Sophie, that is the
shame them,
argument.
right?
I think. Okay, so just to clarify, it sounds like I'm making a self-ID argument, right?
Yes.
But
good.
The problem with the self-ID argument isn't that trans people are experiencing some kind of subjective experience that only they can validate. But the problem is that people say what makes you trans is saying you're trans and not that internal experience. What I'm referencing when I say a trans person is someone with that internal experience and not someone who says they're trans. That's the only distinction.
What's the difference?
What?
Okay, this is something that I've caught on to before. In her reaction to my video, Food Shops characterized me as a self-ID person, and also has characterized like Demon Mama and other people in that sphere as like self-ID. And
yeah,
I think
I don't have
they're
a problem being characterized as a self-ID person.
right, but
personally.
their characterization of quote unquote self of like the left believing in self ID is
Right.
is they think that means that you being trans is defined by saying you are trans as opposed to having an internal identity that is
Well, how do you
trans.
know what's the difference between these two things? If you declare it, you say it, that it
They
indicates an internal experience. How else do you? How do you
right
prove an internal experience? I
they
mean,
think it's like a semantic thing. They're saying like, oh well, that's logically inconsistent because it simply saying it is like a magic spell that creates the transness in and of itself, and that doesn't make any sense, and that creates all these
No,
logical
you're communicating your internal experience.
right. And what Yoon is saying here is that they're not saying that the speech act is what creates the transness. It's the
But
internal
it's
identity
not.
itself. Right. And what's really interesting is that Yoon is saying, I am not self ID, whereas Food Shops characterizes me as self ID, and yet I agree completely with Yoon. I am 100% on Yoon's side here. So if I'm self ID, then Yoon is as well. So it's very
Right.
interesting. So that's just kind of like an interesting way that that like us on the quote unquote self ID side just get like completely mischaracterized.
Because it's weird. Like a speech to me just indicates that you're communicating, or as Demon Mama says, declaring your
Yeah.
internal experience.
Yeah, it's just a complete straw man.
Right. It's a very weak argument.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna snipe your debate when it happens.
It came from that Bogardus thing, and yeah, I think that's where it came from, that Vosh Bogardus debate.
Oh, okay.
I think that's where it all
The
started.
philosopher guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure
the Agua guy, right?
Yeah, I'm sure the argument existed before that, but I think that's what popularized it in this space.
Oh, I just got from dinner, so I missed some stream. It's okay, Lisa. Welcome back. Now I want to eat dinner. It's okay. I'm visiting mom tomorrow. I'm gonna go get dinner at mom's.
All right, now we continue.
Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, I can repeat it. The problem with the self-ID argument is that people think saying you're trans is what makes you trans, but it's not saying you're trans that makes you trans. It's the fact that you have a subjective experience of a trans person, which is to say gender incongruence. That's what makes you trans. So when people are, I don't know what the proper form of the self-ID argument is. If you want to call it that, sure. But like, it's not the same as the quote-unquote self-ID argument. That's cringe. Because can you point out the problem with my argument?
I feel like I just don't get it, but I don't know.
What part don't you understand?
I don't know. It just feels like too many words. But
Oh, wait, she's joking, right?
Okay.
That's a joke, right? That's a bit. That's a streamer entertainer bit, right?
I think she's very tired.
Okay.
She's EP.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
what? I just don't get it.
What? Okay, how do I understand everything you said, but you don't understand what I said, even though we're all using the same words?
I don't know. Maybe I just been streaming for too long and my mind is.
How long is too long?
Dude, I don't know. You just came on stream, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you have a fresher mind. I feel like the entire day I've been just debating with the fucking boys club and then with 9 and shit. So it's like, okay.
Okay, well, I want you to understand this. Is that okay if I want you to understand this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, President Sunday.
So
raised
people
me
who
today.
are trans people are people with the internal experience of gender incongruity, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So if that's what makes them trans, it's not saying they're trans, because saying you're trans and having the internal experience of gender incongruity are different things.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
So I'm not making the progressive self-ID argument.
Yeah.
You are,
Okay,
though.
that's literally what I
Yeah,
said.
they
but-
really are.
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, I get.
It's the
I get
same
what you mean,
thing.
yeah.
It's functionally the
Okay,
same
so
argument.
when you say it sounds like I'm making a
Yeah.
self-ID argument, okay, now that you know I'm not, what
Yeah.
is the problem with my argument?
There's no problem with your argument.
Okay, so let
I agree with you.
me present
Okay.
the entailment of that argument.
So you are a
Because
self-ID advocate
we cannot
now. Nice.
externally
Based.
validate people's identity
Based, yeah.
because it points to a subjective experience that only they can know, an internal qualia.
Wait, stop
That means
using
that
stop
there's
using
no
big
point.
words. Okay, stop.
Okay,
You
you
need
know
to-
what I mean?
Stop.
A
Can you
subjective
at least
experience.
just go through the extra effort of simplifying stuff? Just my dude.
When I'm talking to you, you know what you've heard these words before.
Stop. You're using hood language, and I
Which
don't
big
understand
word?
that. Okay, all right, just
Which big word did I use? Which word that was too big? I'll
qualia.
stop
What the
using that
fuck
one.
is qualia? Stop
Internal
using...
subjective experience? Okay, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so because, let me repeat what I said because you lost it, Shirley.
Can you pause?
Yes.
Because we can.
How am I going to do a debate?
Yun here said that we're all a bit transmedicalist, but from the argument that food shops agreed with, it feels like the opposite is true. We're all self-ID.
I think what Yoon was
In
trying
reality.
to. Okay, I think
It's
what
just that
Yoon
people
was.
don't understand the argument.
Yeah, I think what Yoon was trying to say was that you could say that we're all transmedicalist if you define gender incongruence as gender dysphoria.
Right.
That if I'm being like really charitable to Yoon.
Charitable, yeah.
Yeah, if you were to twist the definitions in that way. But then transmedicalism doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Then words mean nothing at that point.
Ajik, I hope she doesn't get into doing debates. She's gonna make herself look like a clown. You're gonna debate food shops, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll do the debate. I'm not sure how productive it's going
Nice.
to be, but I'll do it.
Do you have like a date set up or?
No, it's just going to be a casual call-in.
Wow. Want to snipe it? I'm gonna snipe it real bad.
All right, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right, let's go. Let's
can
go.
only-
Let's do this. Let's
Internally verify the trans identity and cannot externally verify it. That means that social purity testing is impossible.
Yeah.
And the entailment of that, and my conclusion is that we shouldn't do it.
Okay.
Which means that
Yeah.
if we shouldn't do it, people who
Then don't do it.
match our preconceived notion of the gender category, like female or male, should still be allowed to use the pronouns that they wish without suffering any social repercussions. Is there any problem so far?
Like if
Shouldn't
somebody
be.
completely looks like a girl, I guess, they should be able to use he, him,
Yes.
because we cannot determine their internal feelings,
Yes.
even though they
Because
make
they could be questioning.
even though they make no effort.
No, but the point isn't that what makes you trans is an effort. Like there's no effort in the definition of trans. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
It's like trans doesn't mean I'm trying really hard.
And food
Yeah.
shops just agreed to the definition of trans too.
That is a big thing that I just find very weird when people talk about putting in effort, whatever that
Yeah.
means.
Yeah,
You can put
really.
effort for yourself, but that's a totally different topic, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you feel like your ideal self is like this or that, and you move in that direction, so you put in effort, that's totally different than trying to prove that you're really something through that effort. Technically speaking, in both cases, you're putting in quote unquote effort, but those are two different things.
That's actually really interesting because she describes herself as a light transmedicalist, and she seems to
Transmedicalist light, sugar free.
Yeah. And she seems to believe in gender identity, which is not something that transmedicalists generally believe in.
Right.
Because she just agreed that trans people are trans by nature of having an internal gender identity. Although she kind of goes back on it a little bit, but the fact that she agreed to it in the first place is interesting. So that's something I can work with.
It's just a matter of explaining to people that what Yoon's here saying is basically the self-ID argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I'm going to try to avoid trigger words, I think, because in her coverage of my video, as soon as I said the word genocide, the stream turned off. That was the end of the coverage. She was like, "Oh."
When did you use the word genocide?
I was talking about how Republicans are not genuine in their quote unquote concerns about trans people, and I said the point is the cruelty. The point is this. The point is genocide. And as soon as I said genocide, that was the end of the engagement. So.
Right.
Okay. I think I'm going to try to avoid words that are triggering to that sphere.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Well, let's continue.
It means you have the internal experience of gender incongruity.
It's like because okay, so your argument is because they're questioning, right?
No, well, and it couldn't. That's just one situation. It could be that is a legitimate expression of their female identity. And you can say like, okay, well, that doesn't match my perception of female identity, but it's theirs. It's internal.
Hold on. By their entire thing is transitioning without
Delphi.
Wait, hold on. They're okay. Okay, wait.
Whoa.
So they're not physically transitioning. Right?
They can.
Like physically.
Yeah, someone who.
But they're just using pronouns differently.
Yes.
He froze there for a second.
My argument is that that's the only way to.
I get what you mean, but like, are they doing it permanently for the rest of their life and they're not doing anything with their body?
Well, yeah, because what if that's their...
This is the thing that gets me. Like there are cis people that look... Like, there are cis women that look, like, conventionally like how you would consider, like, a man to look. Yeah, like masculine.
They look masculine.
Right, and vice versa. And nobody says anything. Like, nobody would say that's a man, or they're.
I mean, some would, but
some would, but like
some bigots would.
Some bigots would, certainly, but like generally speaking.
Generally speaking, no. That's
yeah. Generally speaking, no. You wouldn't say that somebody is trans because of that.
Sophie is sassy. Good. We're in the genocide zone today.
So that's a question that I think I could ask is like, why are you holding a double standard?
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Polish trans organizations are really good on this.
Mm-hmm.
Like really harping on the point that you don't need to transition medically to be trans. So that's interesting. All the orgs that I've seen, Polish orgs, say that you don't really need to do anything to your body to be trans.
Well, as
You
far as
know?
I understand, that's like what all the modern guidelines say as well.
Like if you're doing it for yourself, not to prove something, as far as I'm concerned. If that makes sense.
Well, like the W path, for example, says persons must be able to freely express their gender identity, whether or not that identity conforms to the expectations of others. W path further recognizes the right of all people to identity documents consistent with their gender identity, including those documents which confer legal gender status.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like
Well, in
there's like
Poland
a
we
ton
have
of stuff
to
like that.
swear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're going.
Sorry, fuck. My voice is dying. Like
Like they're not changing anything from that point.
Why do they have to change something though? Like, why do you think that something has to be changed? If the definition
That's
of a
a good
trans person
question.
is someone who internally experiences something.
So even if there is, let's just say this person
Good
really
question.
is a faker. Okay, let's just say this person really is somebody who is disingenuous. All right. Who doesn't give a fuck
Faker.
about anything and thinks this is just like a cool trendy thing. You're okay with that?
Who would think that?
Yeah.
Who would think that? That it's a cool trend. Oh, whatever.
Let's say it is. Let's say there are some people that do that. Let's say there's like some minority of people that do that. So what?
Okay.
Like what show me the harm. It's like
Yeah.
People are sneaking into women's bathrooms. Okay, show me the harm.
Exactly. I already spotted the person that we're gonna be rating, if we're gonna be rating on Twitch.
It's not a matter of being okay with it or not. Like, I guess I wouldn't be okay with people pretending to be a thing they aren't. For the same reasons that you are. My point is that there's no way to legitimately verify that person. Like, in the absence of them saying, yeah, I'm just pretending, there's no way.
Okay, even if there is no legitimate way to verify that person, sure, we can't shame that one person, right? We can't really demonize that one person, obviously, because I'm against shaming, right? Do you think we should at least criticize transgenders as a whole?
The reason that's... Oh, you're not picking up any static or anything, are you?
Me?
Yeah, sorry, I was just
Just a
hearing
bit.
stuff on... Okay, I was hearing stuff on my headphones. The reason that's a bad argument from food is because
Yeah.
that stigmatizing the concept of trans, quote unquote, trenders without individually bullying any single one will still cause others to bully individual people. Like, obviously. Like, you're going to create a culture where you're stigmatizing gender nonconformity. Like, that seems so obvious to me. I don't know how she would miss that.
Yeah. It's so cool and trendy to get people like the Smegma dude in my chat and speaking bigoted things in Polish to me. That's so trendy and cool.
Still
Nothing
in there?
nicer. No, not anymore, but
okay.
It's so trendy.
No,
and
but when
cool
you're
still.
criticizing trenders, you're really talking about the people who don't match your idea of what a woman should look like.
Yeah, but at the same time, we can acknowledge
like, that's what
that...
you mean by trenders.
Called out.
Yeah, but at the same time, right? Like, what it means to be politically effective and appealing to like the broad majority of people is that a lot of people aren't going to understand. Like, okay, even though...
Yep.
The strategy to be politically effective is not to appeal to a broad amount of people. That's not the winning strategy, because what if the broad number of people are just bigots who hate trans people? Like, ideally, for effective political action, you appeal to the people that can make changes. Like I don't know, in the US it would be like your state officials, etc. No,
Yeah.
like you appeal to those, not to a wide number of people. Because, as again, I'm going to paraphrase that one good sentence from the early 90s in a Polish newspaper. Democracy is not the mob rule of a majority. That is mistaken. A real democracy is choosing a group of representatives to the government that will protect the interests of the most vulnerable minorities, even if it does not agree with the sensibilities of the majority.
It's kind of buying into this idea that political change is just handed down to people by like the ruling class. Like, oh, here you stand in line and you take your number, and then somebody on top is like, here you go, like a bread line or something. And that's just not how political change happens.
You want representatives because we have a representative democracy, right? So you want the representatives to protect the interests of the minorities.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it.
And
thank you, Sophie.
And you don't just fight to appeal to you don't just appeal to the broadest number of people. You fight to change public perception.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's a good point as well.
Right? Even though, like, okay, this is like the idea of woman, right? A lot of people are going to share that idea of woman anyway, right? Like they're not gonna share like your woke progressive definition of woman or non-binaryism or whatever the fuck, right? Like in order to appeal to people, like you have to be able to make a good argument for transgender people. And you have to
just say that you and other trans people are male because that's how most people think trans people are. Just say you're biologically male. That's the same argument you're making, right? You're saying for the sake of political expediency, we should ignore what the actual thing is and just try to appeal to people's ignorant understanding.
But we don't have to be that extreme, right? Like at least with gender.
Oh, now here's the line. Okay.
Yeah. No, because she got.
Now that affects me.
Because she got up the ladder.
Okay.
Oh, whoa! I got up the ladder, so I can kick it down. But all of those ones beneath me.
Sure. Yeah, it affects me now, so I guess let's not go that far. It's funny.
If political expediency is what matters, then why shouldn't all trans people just go in the closet? Like, if that's the argument we're making.
True. Like, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's not about you already said it. It's not about appealing. It's about changing people's perception. Like if doing things was about just appealing to people, then we'd never get anything done, ever. To be quite honest.
Mm-hmm.
Because during the segregation era, I'm pretty sure that a pretty wide perception was that the segregation was the norm, and so
So this is ultimately like an argument of separatism, right? Like, like it's a movement of exclusion of everyone get in line and not those ones, it's these ones get their rights first. That's kind of the argument she's making, I think.
Lisa makes a good argument in the chat. Excuse me, I use ignorance, but if a person changes their pronouns but not their body, wouldn't that be considered social transition and would be enough to be trans? I would say, yeah.
Yeah, that is social transition. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure where Food Shop's bar is for what is the acceptable level of transition that she would say is like, okay, well, now you're a real trans person. That's something I'll have to ask her.
Right.
Because every trans medicalist has like a different set of goalposts.
Yeah. Like TERFs. Interestingly enough. There are a lot of parallels.
Dysphoria.
There are a lot of parallels. And Also, interestingly enough, transmedicalist organizations love to work with TERF organizations. I have like a whole thing about that.
That's incredible. That's so shocking to me.
Yeah.
I cannot believe.
It's unbelievable.
Damn. Yeah, it's what a twist. What a twist.
That is a strong ground to stand on, right? Because that is a scientific claim. Does that make sense?
But I'm still using gender dysphoria.
But then,
I'm not using...
no. But then the problem when we're defending people like the he him with like the he him with the feminine features kind of thing is that people cannot grasp in their minds, right?
Okay,
a lot of people are unable
being able to transition.
Oh no,
yeah,
a femboy.
sure, but people are able to.
So why
grasp...
is that a valid argument?
Wait, can I just be able to finish? You're getting heated a little bit, okay? So people sure, a lot of people are going to be unable to grasp the transition thing, right? But I think people are able to grasp the transition thing these days a lot more than, you know, somebody who is unable to put in the effort to transition, but is just going to straight up be using, you know, different pronouns based on self-ID, you know, and that's it. They're not going to be putting in any effort. That's it, right?
So you think that people can accept the idea of expanding gender categories to include trans people, but they can't accept it including people who don't look like a typical woman?
Yeah, but yes, because at least when you transition, you're transitioning to the broadly accepted, you know, like socially constructed category, right? That people are already familiar with, right?
It is such a sad argument.
Yeah,
okay?
but when you are
it is.
holding it to the he-him thing with the feminine features, people are going to be like, wait a second, I don't really understand this because you're using masculine.
Hello?
Yep, hello?
Yeah. It's so weird to appeal to what's broadly accepted. Like, it's the worst possible route that you can take with anything. Wanting to appeal to... Like, that just... I don't know. I think that when somebody goes that route, it sort of betrays... I don't know if it's the right term to use. An intellectual laziness, almost.
Mm-hmm.
To me, at least. Like, let's just appeal to what's widely accepted. But that's a horrible way to go about these things, because the widely accepted thing might be horrible. So what do you do then? Where do you go from there? If the widely accepted thing is just very bad.
It kind of speaks to me of like a lack of sociological imagination. Like, just an inability to imagine a society changing at all.
Right. And intellectually dishonest, says Sophie. It's just weak.
Oops.
Skill
Okay.
And pronouns with feminine features, so that's whack.
Okay. People who are trans but don't pass.
Trans who don't pass. Well, I mean, aren't they in the effort to? So eventually they will get there, right? Yeah,
but the effort isn't what people are looking at, and no, eventually they won't get there.
Eventually they won't get there?
Yeah, just because you're trying to transition doesn't mean you're going to pass to most people.
Yeah, but the thing is...
What you're saying is that those people shouldn't be... we should leave those people behind. It's the logical conclusion of what you're proposing here, is that the only people who are legitimately
yeah, she's creating a stigma for anybody who doesn't like conventionally pass.
True, like me.
Trans are the people who fit in with like gender normativity. Those are the people that we should affirm. But the people who don't, we should try to socially discourage so as not to damage the legitimacy of the people who can fit in.
Right, but we're talking about being disingenuous or not, right? Because at least the people who try to pass but end up not passing, they at least tried their best. You know what I mean?
We're talking about trans rights. We're not talking about separating the real from the fake. Like, that can be a part of it, but the overall goal of the movement is to for trans people
Yeah.
to gain acceptance.
Wait, true.
So if you're
Yeah,
leaving
wait,
trans
yeah, yeah.
people behind
Wait,
in
wait,
the
wait,
process of
wait,
doing
wait.
so, you're not doing
Hold
that.
on. True, right? But this is part of it,
No.
right? For example, if we're advocating for something like trans rights, right? Then this matters, right? For example, you can make an argument for the sake of political efficacy, right? That you can say, yeah, this trans woman right here, she made an active effort to transition.
Food seems to be jumping back and forth between what trans people are and what we should say trans people are. Like,
Yeah, Sophie.
she
correct.
seemed to concede at the beginning that trans people are their gender identity, and then now is like
Yeah.
backtracking to say like, oh well, that's
Yeah.
like politically inconvenient, so we should lie, kind of. That kind of seems
Just
like what she's
weird.
saying.
The effort argument is just so weak to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Unless
Even
she
if
misspoke
we
at the
grant the
beginning.
whole effort thing, what if the person does not have the means to put in the effort? What then?
Yeah. Yeah,
Just-
really.
Some people just don't have access to certain things. So what now?
Well, that depends on the trans medicalist. Some of them will say that as long as you want to put in the effort, then that's enough. And food shops might believe that. She might say like, oh well, as long as you want to, then that's okay. But
How do you gauge that?
Yeah, that's such a cop out.
Weird. That's weird.
And it also it's like such a non-answer because it still is going to end up stigmatizing those people, even if you say, oh, that person's valid. Like, you have no idea of knowing whether or not they want to. Like, you're still going to end up bullying them or creating an environment where they are bullied.
Yeah. Yeah.
All it does is drive people into the closet or force people to transition who may not want to.
Yuna's doing pretty well in this debate, I will say.
Yeah, Yoon's doing really good.
Yeah, I think this is going pretty well. I'm gaining a positive view of the person.
Mm-hmm.
The most she could, but you know what? She ended up not passing, and that's okay, right? Because even though she ended up not passing, she still tried the best she could. It is what it is. Maybe she transitioned too late because she was too old by the time she started. You know what I
So
mean?
you're saying that people can accept that, but they absolutely cannot accept a more inclusive definition of gender.
Yes,
Which,
because
okay, they're accepting a more inclusive definition of gender. Wait, you keep interrupting me, but saying you're interrupting. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
You're saying that people can accept a more inclusive definition of gender that include trans people that don't pass, but they can't accept a more inclusive definition of gender that includes trans people that don't pass.
Yes. The reason is because
it's the same thing.
Yes, because at least with the trans woman that gave the effort, she at least gave an effort, and people respect people who gave an effort.
Because
does that make
bigots
sense?
don't care about
There's
effort, by the
absolutely
way.
no evidence for that.
Yeah, they do not care. This is only an internal transmedicalist thing. The idea that like transphobes or conservatives give a shit about this is complete cope. Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck. But I put in the effort. Oh yeah, well, you'll never be a woman or whatever.
Yeah, they do not care.
Here you go.
You can look at half of the country, all Republicans virtually do not accept trans people who do pass, let alone the ones that don't.
Sure, but
so
I'm
we
just
have
saying...
zero evidence for that claim whatsoever.
Okay, wait, that's actually going in my research document. I have to look that up. That might be useful to have.
Yeah? What goes?
Wait, hold on. I want to write that down.
Who do pass, let alone the ones that don't.
Sure, but
wait.
Republicans virtually do not accept trans people who
True,
do
Lisa,
pass,
you're
let
right.
alone the ones that don't.
Sure.
As medicalists should take notes from racism, yeah.
Wait, I'm writing that down. Look into Republicans don't accept trans people who pass versus don't pass. I don't know if such stats exist, but that was cited, so I'm going to look into that.
I mean, I agree with Yoon once again that bigots don't
I don't think
accept trans people that pass, quote unquote, not to mention those that do.
I agree with that. Yeah. I hope I can get that stat because that would be super useful, but I have no idea.
But
So
I'm
we
just
have
saying,
zero evidence for that
right,
claim
right.
whatsoever.
Right, but at least okay, when you're demanding empirical evidence of something like, okay, would somebody be able to accept somebody who would rather accept, like, okay, somebody who would try to give an effort and not pass versus somebody who is like feminine and has he him pronouns? I don't know where the fuck I'm able to find something like empirical evidence for that, okay? But I'm just saying, right? All I'm saying is that, like, just logically wise, okay, do you think somebody would be able to perceive something more for, like, let's just say a good faith effort for trying to fit into like societal gender roles versus somebody who gave no effort whatsoever into something that doesn't even fit into societal like gender roles whatsoever?
Yeah, you're presupposing that someone has to fit into societal gender norms in order to be valid.
What we're talking
Which is
about
not the
political
case.
efficacy,
We already
right?
remember at the start of this argument, we acknowledge that the validity of trans people wasn't independent of how other people viewed them.
Wait, hold on, I'm a little bit lost
And
now.
yet
Do you
you're
know where
still,
we're at?
yes, you're saying right now that trans people have to fit into gender normative, like appearance wise, they have to fit into that.
Yes, because it would help political
But
efficacy, yes.
we already acknowledge that that's not what being trans even means. So in doing so, we're just saying that, okay, some trans people who are valid, but they don't fit into the normative conceptions of gender, those people are fucked.
I
And
would
that's
say,
like an
yeah, sure,
unacceptable
yeah, sure,
statement,
yeah,
like
sure, yeah,
clearly
sure.
on its face.
Yeah, sure. I would argue that being, okay, sure, if we were to separate like transgender and transsexual strictly within the sense of like the queer community, I would say that distinction and that separation is only useful within the queer community because we know that lingo. You know what I mean? However, outside of the queer community, that lingo is no longer useful, and we should just refer to everything as just transgender in general. Does that make sense?
Wait, but what does that have to do with saying that like we
like
have
okay, okay,
to encourage?
okay. Like for example, right, inside the queer community, we're gonna make the distinction, right, for the sake of like distinction between like transsexualism and transgenderism because we want to make the distinction or distinction between people who have dysphoria versus people who don't have dysphoria, right? But however, outside of the queer community, people don't know what the fuck transsexualism is. So people are only going to be using the term transgenderism, right? So when people use the term transgenderism,
Oh
people
God,
only think of
transgenderism
people
is such a
with
no.
gender dysphoria
Yeah.
and people who
That's a horrible
transition
term.
into like, you know, they're the gender that they want, right? Like which is like trans male and trans female, right?
What?
So the more we fit into,
It's like she's getting all
What?
her. It's like she's getting everything from the Daily Wire.
What the hell is going on? All of a sudden, what? Trans male? Trans. What the hell?
I'm gonna rewind
Oh,
that.
where did that come from?
Hold on.
right? So when people use the term transgenderism, people only think of people with gender dysphoria and people who transition into like, you know, they're the gender that they want, right? Like which is like trans male and trans female.
Damn it, food shops.
So the more we fit into that thing, the more politically effective it will be. That's it. And we haven't even gotten past like the first step of that first, and people are already passing like anti-transgender legislation, and you're already skipping to.
What is that even?
Whoa!
I'm not sure what to do with that.
Same. It's just nonsense. That's the problem with food shops. You get, I don't mean to be mean, you just get incoherent nonsense. That's the big problem. Good luck.
Yeah.
That's all that I can tell you. Good luck.
Yeah.
Damn. All right.
That wasn't even a
Let's go
response.
with
That wasn't even a response to what Yoon said.
trans male, trans female, transgenderism. Jesus, where did that come from?
To the
All
step
right,
where
let's go.
we
Let's
have to fit into
continue.
like that crazy shit. So it's like you're skipping already a few steps ahead before we're even accomplishing like the first thing, which is crazy.
Would you say that black people who are like saying that black people should have equal rights were skipping ahead because like they should be fighting for labor rights first?
I think
I think like
that
legitimately representing your movement is more important than like trying to not legitimately represent the people in your movement for the sake of political expediency. I think you're just shooting yourself in the foot for no reason, and you're making it so that the people who are at the back
No.
of the line don't have the future that you do.
I think that
You
it
should
is
be the one
important to
streaming.
take steps one at a time first and to appeal to moderates.
That was mean. I'm sorry.
But you can you can do both. Like again, you're assuming that moderates will just will never accept the premise that you can expand gender categories past a certain point, and we don't really have any reason to believe that.
Yeah, but at the end of the day,
So why?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you are unable to get, you know, moderates to even accept the first step before moving on to the second step, then it is like a losing battle, right?
No, we don't have any evidence for that whatsoever that it's a losing battle.
Yeah, but then you
Again,
don't have any evidence for your side either, right?
No,
Okay, that's not true. This is something that I could press on because I've got lots of evidence of like self-ID laws passing. I've got evidence of medical guidelines supporting the self-ID position. So that'll be super useful. Yeah.
No, I do.
Yeah,
My
what
evidence is
do you
that
have?
we're moving towards trans acceptance, right? And that is on the basis of the idea that you can expand gender categories to include people who are trans. That's the evidence.
Yeah,
We
but
don't,
then
what we don't have evidence of is that
but the
at a certain point they're going
yeah.
to stop.
Yeah, but
That's what we don't have evidence for.
but the crazy thing that you're hinging this entire thing on is that you want to be able to have like a feminine looking like a really feminine person looking person. You're not even talking about like whatever the fuck, right? You're talking about like a person who fully looks like a hot girl or whatever the fuck, right? Who is gonna go by he him pronouns, right?
Okay.
Which do you think is harder for people to accept? The idea that people can change their biology, or that people can change the social construction of gender and how they fit into it? Which do you think would be harder for people?
She's really trying to like paint this kind of inflammatory picture to like,
yeah,
I don't know, trigger somebody in the audience or something. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah,
As if that's like
hot
an argument.
girl.
Yeah.
Hot girl. Or
As
whatever.
As if that'll like substantiate anything.
Hot girl.
People to accept.
Some like it hot.
Definitely harder to accept the gender, like the gender thing, right? I mean the social
when it's
thing.
changed so much already?
When it's changed so much already, how so?
The inclusion of people who change their biology is new.
Wait, give an example of the changing the gender thing.
Yeah, the existence of trans people and the fact that
He's very hostile of trans men who are feminine.
Broadly increasing.
Agreed.
Is evidence of the
is
fact
not
that
good.
people are accepting of the idea of expanding gender categories to include things that they previously hadn't.
Yeah, but I would then argue that something such as so crazy, such as like dynamically as opposed as like pronouns and like extremely effeminate and feminine features are so opposed to each other that it's just such a hard battle to win or to fight for.
According to who?
And the conservatives can easily weaponize that.
But you could have made
Like,
the
here's
same
the thing.
anti-progress arguments throughout every civil rights movement
here's
in
the
history.
thing. Here's the thing. You can easily make an argument for women to wear t-shirts and for women to wear suits, right? Yes, I agree with that. But the thing is that it would be much more harder to make an argument for women to have he him pronouns.
And no one said it was. What's easy isn't the point of a civil rights movement. It's hard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's easy. I mean, that's a good point. Yeah.
It's like would slavery have been abolished if they thought it was going to be like easy to do?
Do what?
Like
Good
would
points, Random
yeah.
String.
Would people have like fought to end slavery if like they had stopped at whether or not it was going to be easy?
That's yeah. What's the easiest thing? Like, come on. Come on. Come on, please. It's never about what's easy. It's about what's right.
That's such like a
and
that's
and
such
what's
an
right is left.
That's such an I never get out of my gamer chair like political strategy.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even have
Hard
a
to
gamer
gain
chair,
right.
but neither here nor there.
Yeah, I've just got like a regular office chair.
Same. And it's
For
rickety and
people who
prickety.
are being
Please
oppressed.
donate.
What is the ease of you like that doesn't relate at all?
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's not like Martin Luther King tried to like argue for reparations for black people, right? Or did he? I don't know if he did.
Yeah, like
But it's not like he tried to appeal to what's
he wasn't arguing
widely
for
popular.
reparations.
Well, I think okay, so she talked about Martin Luther King Jr. in her
Reply
in
to you?
No, in the thing that I reacted to that she replied to.
Okay.
And it kind of seems like she does think that MLK's whole thing was like appealing to white moderates.
Oh. Didn't he criticize them though? In his
Yeah,
famous
that was
thing?
his whole thing was that he had a big problem with appealing to white moderates. So
Right.
I might be doing a video on that at some point.
Thought so as well. Yeah.
Specifically, but equal rights was obviously a contentious thing. He got fucking shot and died.
Yeah, sure, but like obviously
Which,
he
do you
didn't.
think that?
Do you think that? But he didn't. Yeah, but he didn't argue for like black people to become president, right? Like he didn't go too far, right?
No, he did. What do you mean?
does that
That's the
mean,
logical
too far?
conclusion of black and white people being equal. Like what?
Yeah, but he didn't argue for like the most craziest shit, right?
That's not crazy. That's exactly the point.
Right?
That's exactly
What?
my point too. My
No,
point is
what?
that
What the hell?
She's just saying stuff.
God damn. The craziest. Black
Crazy
people
shit.
being presidents. That's just craziest shit. What? Damn. I don't think she understands just how that makes her look.
That's some gated community
Damn.
energy.
Oh god. I think Yoon is really doing good here though.
Yeah, Yoon's doing great. I agree with Food Shop's assessment that Yoon is an excellent debater.
Yeah. Damn. I'm not sure if Food Shop says that one, but that's okay. All right, let's go.
But
When
like
you're
the
arguing
whole
for
point,
people's
no,
equality-
but I'm telling you, right? The whole point is that you have to be strategic with the things you demand. Does that make sense?
No. I mean, yes, but no.
No, because what I'm demanding is exactly what we want, and what you're demanding is just like equality for some, but not for others who don't fit in well enough.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
the problem is that what you're
True.
demanding is absurd, right? What you're
No, but
demanding
you're
Equality is
claiming
absurd.
it's absurd without evidence, and I have evidence that it's not absurd, and you're just saying it's absurd.
I don't
without...
think no, right?
True.
Because like I said before, I can understand like over the past few years, right? I can understand like over the past few years, you already have women and extremely feminine presenting people wearing stuff like suits, right? Yeah? You can have them wearing suits. You can have them wearing stuff that originally they weren't able to wear, right? Like suits, like hats, like whatever the fuck, or etc. Right?
Women were
However-
always able to wear hats. Just throwing it out there.
Just over the past few years, wow.
Just throwing it out there. Hats were always available to women. Just you know.
Yeah, I think that's true.
That's
when it comes to something like he, him
equality
pronouns,
absurd.
you're talking about something that maybe is on par with gender abolitionism. That is what you're talking about. So when it comes to
that's the logical conclusion.
yes, but you're
of-
skipping way too many steps ahead.
No, what do you mean? I've laid out exactly what the steps are. You're just saying we should stop somewhere. I'm not saying that people are going to accept the total expansion of gender categories right now. When did I say that?
My problem with this is that you're skipping so many steps ahead. Is that if you argue for this right now,
she's just making the slippery slopes fallacy right now.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh well, you want gay marriage, but what's next? Marrying my dog.
I mean, if the dog consents, if you can communicate with it, and the dog consents.
That's true.
Oh, yeah. Romance.
now it would backfire. Does that make sense? And you're asking for proof. And you're asking for proof on this.
No, the context of this argument is whether or not we should purity test people to figure out whether or not they're trans. Remember, that's the context of this argument. The conclusion of my argument is that there's no valid way to do that and no social utility in doing so.
Yes,
and now you're saying that in order to appeal to conservatives, we should do it?
Right, but we moved past that part, right? I said that we shouldn't purity test individuals, right? Does that make sense? But I said that we should still criticize generally on like, okay, we shouldn't turn this like transgenderism thing into like a trend. Does that make sense?
No, when did I say that it was a trend? Like, how does that contradict anything I just said?
No, we should criticize, right? Like, that's where the disagreement is, right? Otherwise,
no,
why would
there's
we
no
having this in
disagreement
the
there.
first
When
place?
did I say that people who aren't actually trans and are pretending to be trans should be defended?
Then why are we having this disagreement in the first place?
We're
I'm
having this
confused then.
disagreement because you're saying that purity testing trans people is somehow conducive to getting their rights in the end.
No, I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of, okay,
Can you pause, Arkael?
Yeah.
So the debaters are food shops and her moderator, Yoon?
Yeah, moderator.
Yeah?
That's
her
correct.
moderator. And they're debating trans medicalism, James. So that's what you've gotten yourself into. And I'm reacting to it together with the guest Arkael. So it's 2v2. Yeah. Also welcome to the stream. I'm so happy to have you here, especially you, James. You're my favorite. Okay, let's continue.
Alrighty.
criticize, right, trans trending, and then you had some issue with that, right?
No, you're saying that we have to. No,
okay, we
well,
have to rewind the VOD. Holy shit!
No, well, I just told
I'm
you.
so confused.
Okay, if that's what I was criticizing, wait, you just responded to what I said as if I didn't respond to it within my response. Like I said, I never had a problem with criticizing trans trenders. You can remember it from our last conversation. I said the same thing. At no point did I defend people who are trans trenders.
Then how did we get to the feminine person with the he/him pronouns? How did we get there then? Do you remember?
Because I'm saying that person doesn't have to be a transgender. They're a legitimate trans person.
I mean, okay, hold on. We can say that, okay, from the queer community perspective or from outside the queer community perspective. Because these
Why
can
are
be
we
two
talking
different
about
things.
the outside community's perspective at all? If you want to talk about political experience, you just
hold
say
on,
up front.
Hold on, from...
Yeah, because it's like she forgets what they're debating. They're talking about who is or isn't trans, and she's like, oh, well, from whose perspective?
That is so weird.
As if they're not talking about, like, the truth of the matter.
Yeah, very weird. But that's also sort of that gets into the whole debate that you had about with the homeless man or whatever, quibbles about, oh, if people perceive this as racism, then the person is racist. And what? You know,
Oh.
it's sort of also
I caught some of that, but I
goes
missed
into
most of
this.
it.
Yeah, you should watch my video and comment.
Yeah, I will.
Should a long substantive comment. All right, let's go. Let's continue.
Because if we're
get the hype
talking about
going,
like if we're talking about from the political, like if we're talking about optics, right? Then we have to clarify like from what perspective we're talking about from, right?
No,
because if
you're talking from your perspective, and your perspective is informed by what other people think who disagree with you.
Oh, sure. Then it's from outside. All right. So if it's from outside, right? If it's from outside, then therefore, all right, transgender and transsexual is all just transsexual. Okay. Then transgender is transsexual. There you go. Okay. Okay.
What?
Okay, but if your perspective is informed by that perspective, do you see the problem there? That's not what trans people are at all.
Yeah, but then that's the problem, right?
True, Lisa.
Is that
no, that's
like
your problem. That's not my problem. My problem is that I'm just going to say what being trans is, and I'm going to stick to it.
Yeah, but then
and
to
then
other okay, the problem is that to other people, transgenders shouldn't exist whatsoever.
No, they think transgender shouldn't.
Okay, I don't think they exist.
Yeah.
I don't think they exist to begin with.
Yeah, I mean,
problem solved.
Yeah. First of all, citation needed. Second of all, she seems to be like defining terms based on the public perception of them. Yeah, convenience and like what this means whatever people think it means, which is a very
it is,
social constructivist way of thinking. That's very strange. You'd think she, as a quote unquote transmedicalist, you'd think she'd be like appealing to some kind of consensus or something.
Yeah, medical consensus or whatever.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Yeah.
Shouldn't exist whatsoever.
Okay, what definition of transgender are you using here?
Your definition, the one in which people think transgender people are one not majority socially accepted.
So they think
I'm using my definition.
So they're
which is the correct
I'm
one.
getting so confused. Okay, so they think transgender people shouldn't exist whatsoever. Okay, correct, right? So which is why when you're making the argument that an extremely feminine person shouldn't be using should be using he him pronouns, you're not helping the movement whatsoever. Okay, you're not. We should already be arguing on the basis of like existing arguments that we already are making in the first place that they are familiar with.
When did I, at what point during anything that I said, did I say, walk up to the most conservative person you know and advocate for gender abolitionism? When did I say that?
At the end of the day, that's the entire time of what we've been talking about, right?
When you state what transgender people are, you're just honest. And when you state what your prescriptions for society are, hold on, you're cutting me off. When you state what your prescriptions for society are, you just state that we shouldn't purity test trans people because you can't find because of the definition of trans people. That is correct.
No,
we agreed to all all of these premises at the start of the conversation. And I've led you through how all my conclusions logically entail.
And we have moved past that, but you kept on going back there because you are being bad faith right now. Okay, that is what's happening. What? Yes, you are. Okay, no. I'll explain. Okay, I'll explain. Yes. So what has happened in this conversation, all right, is this, okay? So so this is where we start, okay? We started exactly at the point of, all right, we started, in fact, I'll fucking write this down, okay? So
that happened in that debate as well.
Did it?
Yeah, the whole I have to write it down thing. It means she's agitated, I guess.
That's interesting. I wonder if I can avoid that. Probably not.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. What is where do we disagree on for trans sexual whatever the fuck, right? But then we have moved past that into the what was the topic right before the feminine with the he him? Do you remember? What's the topic
It's the
right before
same
that?
topic. Like I've been talking about the same thing the whole
That's
time. Like
if
I
when you
literally have no
disagree
idea what
with
you're
me.
talking about right now.
Yeah. So the problem, right? The problem is that you cannot move. You kept on moving before that, even though we have stayed on the feminine person with the he/him thing the entire time, right? But we have moved on to that the entire time. But you kept on going back before that because you know you had a losing
What
point.
does that mean?
That is why.
What does
right?
that mean?
No, I'm going back because in order for you to accept the entailment of my premise, you have to accept the premise. But you kept rejecting the premise after
Okay,
accepting it later
go.
on.
Fine, I'll answer your
That's
question
not
for the
bad
fifth
faith.
time. Go. I'll answer your question for the fifth time. Go. What's your question?
Oh my god.
Kill me.
If the definition of trans people is that it's someone who experiences gender incongruence.
What the hell?
She did accept that at the beginning. I remember that.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that as well. Oh boy.
That means we can't externally verify whether who is and isn't trans, so we shouldn't socially purity test people in order to find out who the real trans people are.
I remember now. Yes.
Wait, can you not cut me off? Hold on. Now let me tell you how
Okay.
it connects to the quote-unquote second part of the argument, when really it's the same argument. I'm just adding on entailments to get to my conclusion. Following that statement, that means that when you're talking to conservatives, it just means you say what trans people are. It doesn't mean you get them to accept your conclusion. You just say what trans people are, and then you don't internally purity test, but you're somehow over here advocating for like purity testing in order to like help the conservatives understand, because they'll only accept people who are like normative. Like,
bro.
Wait, hold on.
What
To
part
be
of my
clear,
argument?
To be clear, I never said that I should advocate for purity testing in front of conservatives.
did.
In front of conservatives,
You literally.
I never...
What do you mean?
Right. So what Yoon is so what Yoon is critiquing here is that Food Shops is going off and saying some other thing that has nothing to do with Yoon's argument, and Yoon is saying,
Yeah.
please critique my argument, and Food Shops is saying, okay, but I have this other point.
Yeah.
So
And
that's basically the whole
we
conversation.
should purity test secretly, but not in front of what?
Yeah.
Weird. Okay, let's continue. Let's see where this.
You mean
goes.
that was exactly what you said?
You can
you
rewind
did
it.
say that.
You can rewind
we
it.
can rewind it, and you will have said that multiple times.
Yes, we can rewind it, but I never
Yes,
said
we should.
in front of conservatives.
That's literally the entire point of your argument, and that's what I'm disagreeing with you on.
No, I think that us on the left, right? On the left, we should definitely basically, right? I never said the word disavow, but I'm going to use it now, right? We should disavow people who are doing the trending shit, okay?
That's why I keep going back to the premise, because you keep saying that I'm advocating for that when I'm not. I literally have repeated this like 4 times at this point. I believe that there are legitimate trans people, and there are people pretending to be trans.
No, I'm not
so
saying
why
you're
are you
advocating
saying
for
this?
it. I'm saying that you're not advocating.
So you agree with
for...
everything I said?
No, I'm saying you should actively disavow it.
What does this have to do with what I said? I'm so confused.
Who are
What
these
part do you
people who
disagree with
pretend
me
to
on?
be trans?
If you accept everything that I've said, then we shouldn't be telling me I'm wrong. Like, I'm so confused.
What I'm saying, right, is that what? Okay. Can you just repeat just some of the stuff, parts that?
No,
that
I don't
missed?
want to anymore. I don't know what to say.
It's just
What do you
a
want me to
tangent.
say?
No,
What do you want me to say?
I think you're just wrong.
How? That's what I'm asking. How am I wrong? What did I say?
That
Have
moderator
you
has
ever just
outpaced
worked
her
in politics
intellectually,
before?
I'm
Ever?
afraid.
Like, do you have any ground to stand on in terms of personal experience?
What?
Oh my
No,
god.
yeah.
What? What?
Okay, that was one of the things that Food Shops was critiquing other people for, was saying oh, well, you shouldn't appeal to your identity or personal experience in an argument. That's really bad.
Right. What?
She
Where
went
did
really
that come from?
She went really hard on that.
Yeah. Rules for me, but not for thee.
Yeah.
Or rather for thee, not for me. That's so funny. That's so... That is so interesting.
Okay.
Okay, let's see where this goes.
No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. You worked in politics, so I'm wrong.
Okay, are you just like an online politics Twitter person? Like,
it's true. I am terminally online, and that's why I'm wrong.
She's tilted.
Oh god. Like why am I debating with a Twitter person on this? Like I don't even know. I don't even know.
You agree? It's crazy because you agree with everything I say, and then you just call me a Twitter person, and I'm wrong in bad faith. So I mean,
I don't.
I guess we both are. Like, congrats.
Wait. If I agree with you, why the fuck did we have a long ass debate on this?
I don't know, because you just can't understand what I'm saying and just want to call me bad faith or something. Like,
Wait, that's
I don't know.
not true. I feel like
you called me bad faith.
No, that's not true. I engaged with you with all of my willpower this entire time. Full 100% debate power, okay? Literally the entire time. Good faith effort. A good faith effort, 100%, okay? Not even a part of it was bad faith, okay? Not a single part of it was bad faith.
Especially the part where she said she didn't care.
Yeah, to be roasted by your own mod like this, I don't even know.
I mean, she posted it. Respect.
True.
Not everyone posts their L's.
True. Maybe she thinks it's a W.
Maybe.
That's also a possibility.
That's true.
Literally not even a single part of it was bad faith.
Well, I didn't say you were bad faith. Notice I never leveled the accusation, so I don't know why you're saying that.
Okay, great. So you're the one who's bad faith. That's good to hear. All right.
What? That makes no sense.
No.
If I'm not bad faith, then that means you must be bad faith.
I actually think like you are.
You
You have like a revolver, but instead of bullets, it's just filled with like brainworms, and you're just shooting it at me. Like that's what's happening.
Dude,
like, I don't know what. Like you're actually just shooting worms into my brain with each sentence.
Oh my God.
Ninetales is in the chat right now, agreeing with you. That is a bad sign.
Okay, but notice how you're just pointing to like a bunch of shit that proves I'm wrong instead of giving me an argument that proves I'm wrong.
Bro.
Like, do you notice that? So which of us looks bad faith here? It's not me. It's definitely not me. I'll tell you that much.
My argument is this, okay? My argument is this. If I'm going out there and talking to a conservative, okay, all right, is this, okay? My claim is this.
Oh.
If I'm going out there and talking to a conservative or a moderate, I would say that I would only say that a transgender person is defined by somebody with the medical condition of having gender dysphoria.
That's what I said, but you won't accept all of the entailments of everything of that it implies. You just said like, okay.
Then what did we
I don't agree with that.
on?
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not even what Yoon said. Yoon's changing their definition. They said gender incongruence, which is different.
With that. Yeah, that's not the same as gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
So I did. Yeah. Gender dysphoria is a very specific term.
Yeah.
Medical term. All right, let's continue.
Just go rewatch this, please, God. Yeah, I think I don't even know that you. You were saying that me saying that makes me crazy, and that like I'm advocating for gender like expansion to a degree that they won't accept. When that's all that I said that we should say. Like, just go rewatch it. Like, I promise you, nothing has changed.
Right.
Like, it's just been you saying, wait, but we should purity test, wait, but conservatives won't understand, and then I keep going back.
Okay.
And then now you're just saying what I said, as if I didn't say that the entire time.
For the purity testing thing, okay, why do you keep saying purity testing? I'm pretty sure I never said the words purity testing, right?
What do you think it means when you're saying, when you're advocating for people to, like, see who's really trans or not? That's a purity test. That's what that is.
No. On the individual level, I would say purity testing, but I never said on the individual level, right?
So if you purity test someone in person, it's fine. But if you advocate for purity testing on Twitter, it's not purity testing.
No. I'm saying we should disavow transgenders as a group, right? Would that count as purity testing?
Oh no, it's the racism thing again. She's trying to invent some definition on the spot that, like, she can wiggle out of.
Right, yeah. Yeah. Silly.
No, because that's not what you're saying to do. You're saying.
I would say.
Remember, rewatch this conversation, and when you rewatch this conversation, hold on.
maybe maybe you can rewatch it, right? And then
No,
I'll if I said it in that context, I'll admit that I was wrong. All right, I'll admit that I was wrong. All right, then sure, fine. Then I spoke in that way, okay? But I'll say this right now is that I only use the term purity testing when it refers to the individual. Okay?
Okay.
That's like a completely meaningless definition of purity testing. I was
it,
never saying
okay,
go
okay,
up to an individual.
Okay, but when it refers to the group, I don't use the term purity testing.
Hey, well, that's fine. Everyone else is, so I don't.
Wonderful. All right. Okay, so when it comes to a group, I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna say I disavow this stupid self-ID shit.
Yep.
I don't mean to be mean or anything, but I don't give up. Quack could be a good summary of food shops.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. Oh, but okay. Let's go. I'm just hoping
because it harms the
Sunday will be chivalrous and will persuade me today.
Transgender. What? Then why are we debating?
I just keep telling you why you're debating. It's because you keep either one just saying shit that isn't relevant or doesn't disagree with what I said.
No,
and two,
I remember
it's
now.
because you're saying if someone looks him. Hold on. I'll tell you what the disagreement is. If someone looks like a he him but says they're a she they, we should somehow
if someone
find a way
like,
to separate those people from the
if someone
i.e.
looks like
purity
a
test.
she if someone looks like a she her and
what does that
identifies with he him and doesn't make any effort whatsoever, like zero effort, right? Does that make sense?
That's not what being trans is. It's not even your definition. You just said it. Oh my god. You said a trans person is someone who experiences gender incongruence, which is not the same thing at all as what you just said. Putting in effort.
Bro.
Hence the disagreement. You're saying the definition of trans people is one thing and then okay. Why are you interrupting me? You're saying that the definition of trans people is one thing, and then when I tell you, okay, we should use that definition, you're like, no, we're gonna.
No. But my entire argument
is built
on political efficacy, right?
Yeah, but.
So when there exists, okay, hold on. Let me finish. So
you just cut me off to let you finish. My bad.
Hold on. So when there exists a cringe lord out there who looks like a girl who has big badong,
her rebuttal to this is the definition of this thing is but political efficacy is to say that I don't like the definition because it's not politically efficacious.
I don't like the definition because big badongas. That's true. Response.
That's much better.
I don't like but have you considered that big badongas? Have you considered that? He, him badongas?
That's very true.
Big he, him badongas energy here. Love it. We love the he, him badongas.
I don't think I have a counter argument for that.
We're gonna turn this into a meme, no matter what. This is very memeable. The he, him badongas. Are clothes assigned a gender at birth, or do they differentiate? I think clothes have assigned gender at birth, and they have to medically transition. That is my belief.
Yeah, I think I read that in the DSM-5.
And if you don't believe that, then you're not being very politically efficacious. Oh boy.
Him pronouns, okay? And goes on social media and says like, "Oh yeah, I'm feeling transgender today." Okay? All right? And does all that cringe ass shit, okay?
Yeah.
That
true.
You can't say that looks good for transgender people, right?
Preach. That happens all the time, by the way. Totally.
So you are advocating for purity testing online?
It's okay, James. That's fine. I will always engage with you, even when you
does not help out our movement.
Because you're my favorite. Yeah? Well, we can continue. I just praised James for the brownie adventures.
Nice. Okay.
Because my entire thing was built on political efficacy. Why is this so hard to understand?
I don't know what I'm arguing against anymore. I feel like
you're butthurt. You're
I'm getting trolled.
You're butthurt because you're non-binary, and non-binary people are some of the most sensitive motherfuckers I have ever come across on the entire internet. Okay, all right.
I'm
literally,
so bad
all the they/thems are literally the most sensitive motherfuckers I've ever come across. Okay, all right, okay.
It's true. It is my known sensitivity that's causing me to make logical arguments while you just make illogical arguments and then accuse me of random shit.
No.
That is true.
Okay. What part of it don't you understand?
What was that tantrum just now?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, you they thems. Just. Okay. Jesus. That was. What the hell just happened? Oh my god. It is cool, James. You're cool, James. You're cool. Okay, you can continue.
Jesus, what part do I understand?
Yeah, you're stuttering because, like I said before, you're bad faith. All right, you're being bad faith. That's why you keep referring to.
Oh my god!
You realize you can't win.
That's what bad faith means when you're stuttering.
Jesus, you're stuttering, so you're bad faith. Jesus.
In a debate with me by just calling me bad faith as I'm about to tell you why you're wrong.
Because I think I've already won. That's why. Okay, because I think that we have
told you she thought it was a W.
We have crossed the river into the woods and into the city. Okay, we have met the Wizard of Oz, and he is sending us home. All right, I think that is where we're at right now. Okay.
Okay, so you asked me a question.
Yes,
you asked me a question.
Oz.
What are?
Yeah.
But have you considered that the Wizard of Oz failed to send them home?
I have not
Does
considered
food shops
this.
even know the Wizard of Oz? Also, he didn't. He was supposed to take Dorothy with him in the balloon. But the balloon flew off too soon, and she was left. So I know my Wizard of Oz. And then she had to go to the other witch, the good witch, for a whole long journey. And then the witch told me, oh, you had the shoes and you can use them. You know?
That is true.
And then she went home. And then she returned to Oz again. But this time the shoes stayed in Kansas. And then she met a little boy and a witch. And then the witch created a pumpkin head living creature. And then they went to Oz again. And on the way, the boy stole the living powder thing and created a living horse from wood. And then...
Is that the cartoon? I need to watch that.
The anime, but it's faithful to the books. That's what happens in the books. Actually, the most faithful adaptation of the thing.
I need to read the books then.
Well, yeah, that's what happens. Long story short, at the end of the thing, that particular arc, it turns out that the little boy is a little girl, the Queen of Oz, Ozma. And the boy gets turned back into a girl at the end.
Wait, that actually sounds cool.
And takes the throne as Ozma. Okay, we can continue.
We continue.
What are you wrong about? Okay, so one, you're wrong that the definition that saying the definition of trans people, which is all I'm advocating for, necessitates some kind of like political inefficacy. Because like you're doing the same thing and then the same breath saying we shouldn't do that thing. That's number one. Number two, you said you weren't advocating for purity testing online and you don't.
Wait, can you repeat number one? Sorry, can you repeat number one? I want to write it down.
Jesus.
Stop fucking smacking your head. You're already fighting on your last brain cell. Go ahead.
Jesus, I would
Yeah,
think
but
that
the
you'd have
reason I
more.
only have one brain
I
cell
would
left
think
is
that you'd
because
be able
you
to have more of a
absolutely cannot comprehend
constructive,
logical arguments that I'm giving you. Like,
constructive discussion with your own mod, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would think. Just a thought. I don't know. So weird.
It kind of feels like she's
Okay.
trying. It kind of feels like she's trying to foster like a blood sports kind of attitude.
Yeah, it's weird.
like that's the reason
would
why.
you
I
do
want
that
you to know
with your mod?
That's why
You have
one.
Yeah, that seems really toxic.
Yeah.
no logical arguments. Okay, go.
You
What?
wait, hold on. Before I repeat what I said for like the 8th time, I just want you to know. Do you really think I'm being bad faith and you're not? Like, is that really what you think what's happening here?
Because
Because
at
if
this
so, the
point-
conservatives are
because
right about trans people.
literally-
I'm so sorry.
Okay,
They're
I
completely
was-
right. You're
hold on,
completely
hold on,
insane
hold
and
on.
delusional.
You. I was so good faith. I was so good faith this entire time up until this point. Up until this point, okay? But like, I'm
No,
trolling you
bro,
now.
This is a gaslight.
I'm trolling you
Yo,
now
you slay,
only
girl boss.
because I'm
They keep-
trolling. Hold on. I'm
You're
trolling
trolling
you
me?
now only because it's exhausted.
No,
Okay,
yep.
it's only because my good faith
You
is
exhausted all your
and
good
I can
faith.
only troll you now.
Oh
Okay,
my God.
it's only because I can only troll you now, and you're being delirious, boy. Okay, delirious, my boy. Okay, all right.
It's legitimately like, oh my god, it's so true about like, I don't know.
No,
That's
I get it.
crazy.
No.
That's
Listen,
crazy.
listen.
That's actually crazy.
I have to hand it to you. You're a fantastic debater, and you're a fantastic opponent. You're a challenging person to debate against. Okay, not gonna lie, you are in fact
It's
a
only
fantastic
because you're
debater.
challenged. That's
okay?
why.
Stop.
That's why it's challenging. It's because you're challenged.
Listen. You can actually beat out anybody on this server. Okay, you legitimately. Okay, you can
Yeah,
actually
except
beat
for
out
you, where I'm just
you
bad
can-
faith
yeah.
and just
No,
throwing shit at the wall.
Sorry, did you say something, Lucy?
No. I'm just flabbergasted.
Okay,
at this
yeah.
point.
Yeah, me too.
No, you can beat out anybody on this server except for me. Okay, all right. That's the only person
Yeah,
you
I
can't
know.
beat out. Okay, all right. That's it. All right.
I know. I'm taking that all here.
Hello, Boogie. Oh
You
my
wanna
God,
write
it's
down
Boogie.
Yeah. What's the
my
first point?
We are giggling.
Yeah, here's
Oh,
all the
Boogie.
things you're wrong
Hi,
about in this
Boogie.
conversation.
No, Boogie,
Who's
you're
on?
my favorite. I'm sorry,
Boogie.
James. Boogie
Hello,
is the
Jay
favorite.
Chisel.
Okay.
Don't
I
make
know
this a
I said I
2v1.
got-
Jay,
Don't
before you
make this
say
a
anything-
2v1.
No.
No, hold on,
2v1.
Jay. Before you say anything, I just want to say why Kat is wrong. Okay,
Oh my.
so she can write it down.
I
We,
listened
Hold on,
to
Jay,
we were
before you say
having a
anything.
good 1v1.
No, Jay. Before
No,
you say
no,
anything,
this
let
is
me say this so she can write it down. Okay.
James from the internet.
Number one, and this is just what I can keep track of because you've been so all over the place in this argument that not even I can do it. But here's number one.
Okay, hold
The
on.
first thing you're
Saying
wrong
you're-
about, Kat, is saying that that I am somehow advocating for gender absolution, gender
Thank you,
what's the
Boogie.
word?
Thank
Gender
you.
Self-ID?
No, gender absolution.
See, Jay, get out.
Abolition, abolition.
You're already
Abolition. No,
like,
no, thank you.
off
No,
tracking.
it's
No,
fine.
Jay is already off tracking the entire thing.
Hold on. No,
Oh my
he
God.
gave me the word. You're saying that by stating what the definition of trans people that we both agree on, that I am somehow advocating for something that you're not, i.e., gender abolition to conservatives. That's number one. Is you
Okay.
keep making that claim
What a
repeatedly
debate.
over and over.
What a
Yeah.
mess.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. That was being
Nope.
to trigger you.
The entire debate was just them speaking past each other. The whole thing.
That's interesting.
Okay,
Wait,
I'm
is it
bad faith
over?
though, right? Yeah.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
There's 3 minutes
Okay,
left.
so number two,
All right.
you said that you are not advocating for purity testing online. You don't consider it purity
Here
testing,
again.
even though the thing you're advocating for online is shaming the cringe she hers who look like he hims. This is what you said. So not only is it inconsistent, but I also disagree with it on the basis that it is
Hold on.
completely
Shaming he hims that look like she hers. Yeah.
Why did you interrupt me to repeat what I said? What?
No. It was the other way around.
It's the same thing. Oh my god. No, that's I.
No,
I
that
have
was the
zero brain
example.
cells now.
Wait,
I
that
have
was the
none.
example. That was the
No,
example
it's
that we were
gone.
using.
God.
Oh
No, my brain
God.
cells are gone now. I don't know if I can continue.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on. Cat, is there a meaningful difference to you, Cat?
No, absolutely
No,
not.
I'm asking
there's
Cat. I'm
not.
asking Cat.
There's no difference
Turn the
whatsoever.
temperature down a little bit. Cat, is there a meaningful difference?
No.
Of course not.
But
Okay.
we were just trying to keep consistent with the example we've been using this entire like 5 hours we were debating.
But there's no difference.
What's the third? Okay, what's the third point?
Just continue.
It's unfortunately true, Boogie. But it's okay. We don't do gross things here.
Jay, why are you in
We
here?
don't-
Jay, why the fuck
We
are you
don't
in
do
here?
gross
Hold on,
things here.
let me think of like, because like I've been so like, again, I'm
Yeah.
operating on 0 brain cells, so I have to try to think back because those were the first two.
But today, yeah, it is
Third,
pretty
you're
cold.
saying
It's
that, like-
-1 degrees.
Okay, this is one of my problems
But
with your argument.
on the other hand, we
is
discovered
that
today
it
that there are
reinforces
big
normative
he-him badongas.
conceptions of gender that I feel are
Discovered the
already
he-him badongas
incompatible
tonight.
with the transgender goal. So
There's a
by
lot of
taking
snow.
your actions, we're actually harming real trans people. That's my
In
argument.
Poland, at least.
Reinforces
Now they give you
normative.
the two things that you
that is okay, reinforces normative conceptions about gender that is
He-him
can you
badongas.
repeat that?
that harms real trans people and is
That
also
harms
inconsistent with the definition of trans
Real
people
trans
that we both
people
agree on.
that it harms you with that on
He-him badongas.
definitions that we agree on.
And that's it.
That's it?
That's the video.
That's it?
Yeah, it just ends in the middle of
wow. Yeah, damn. That was exciting. That was amazing. That was the best
Wow.
thing ever. Wow. So
that. I learned so much.
what are your conclusions then? Give us
Um,
your he-him badongas.
That's the
Boogie.
big one. That's
He-him
the takeaway
badongas.
that I have. Yeah. He him badongas. So
Yeah.
we've got that on the checklist. That's my number one anti-transmit argument so far.
He-him badongas.
The other one is I need to go in just knowing nothing and asking questions.
Incredible.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah. If
If I'm trying
Good
to
luck.
make art, if I'm just trying to like make my arguments, it sounds like that's going to go nowhere.
Gas. I think so. Yeah, I believe so.
Because I don't know if food shops will actually respond to the arguments and not just say something else.
Yeah. All I can say is
Unfortunately.
that it was a mess, and after 2 debates, I don't even know what to think of food shops.
Yeah.
Thought process. I don't even know anymore. I'm just I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
She seemed kind of burnt out in that conversation. I wonder how long she had been streaming for. Like she was kind of like half present. It almost seemed like.
Sort of, but she was full present with the homeless man, and still that didn't
Okay.
help much.
All right.
So I don't know if that's a factor in this whole shebang. I don't know. It's a mess. President Sunday stole my viewers, I think. There were like
damn.
32 viewers, and now there's 10. I think President
Damn.
Sunday stole my viewers.
I can't
I
believe
think
he would do
should
this.
raid me. I know, but he did. He always does this, even when he doesn't stream. Viewer thief. Viewer bandit. But
Well,
you
that
know,
was fun.
It is what it is. Yeah, that was nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon. And now I
I'll
have
see you
to go
soon.
back to my regular programming, which is genocide. Oh my god, how exciting is that?
Have fun.
Genocide. Yeah.
We'll probably be
have
watching and playing more
fun,
Doom.
is it? All right, I'll see you. Genocide.
Well, that was fun. So yeah, let's play some more Doom, I guess. Actually, you know what, chat? We're going to be right back. Hello, chat. We are back. We're gonna do some more stream sniping. Gonna play some more Doom. I'm not sure how much longer we're gonna stream, but keep at it for a bit, I guess. My partner's mom made me some pierogies, and they are so good. I love pierogies so much. Potatoes are the best. Who doesn't love potatoes? So we're just watching Lucy Haze. She's covering genocide debates and research. And we just finished talking about transmedicalism and covering a
Come
debate on that
on,
topic.
don't be quiet. Chat. Oh my god, what a stun lock. What a stun lock this is. Incredible.
Taters are good. It's true. Oh no. Alright, we gotta find all the safe spots to hide.
What an incredible development. Already voted. I'm here now. Oh, hello, Boogie. Thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. Boogie, thank you. Thank you so much, Boogie. You're the best. Okay. Boogie did a tier 1 subscription, which means that Boogie's vote gets priority. So, we're going with Vosh.
You're not going to believe it.
I am.
But on January 6th,
I am going to believe it.
Another guy did a speech for a rally. It was the guy who did January 6th, you know? It's like...
Who was it? Who was it?
The comeback tour. It's an hour and a half, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not sitting through all of it. Nor would you, if you wanted to sit...
Wimp. Coward. So weak. You're so weak, Vosh. I would have sit through 5 hours of it. 10 hours, if need be. It's your job. You're a political commentator. Slacking on the job. And you get all the viewers.
Yeah, these dart traps are the worst. I am not a fan of this level.
You can go find it. I tried listening to a bit of it.
But couldn't?
The problem is, Trump is, as much as we may sometimes forget, just
This is
as
literally
old
just trial and
as
error.
Biden, and it really...
Oh my god, the ageism is off the charts.
Really shows. It's just Trump saying the same old shit. Yeah, that's the key
Listen, my grandfather was 85, and he was perfectly articulate. He was perfectly able to talk about things in a very interesting way. He was teaching me history at 85. Don't do the ageism thing. Oh, he's as old as Biden. Come on.
Woof.
Here, okay? The main problem here is that a lot of what Donald Trump has to say is what he said before, and I have nothing to say in response to it. Maybe find a highlight video, or, quite possibly, a selection of curated Twitter clips that allow us to get the, you know, general vibe of the speech without committing to a 3.5-hour coverage of it that I can't do because it's nearly 10 p.m.
10 p.m. is so late for Vosh. Oh, how cute. How cute that 10 p.m. is late for Vosh.
Possibly. If only somebody had the foresight to do that. Ooh, there were a lot of bangers here. Wait, where's the thread? I was looking at a thread. Where's the thread? So right next to the Birch Gold Group, you know, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Donald Trump. I'm gonna zoom in a second. You're gonna see he looks like shit. He looks like dog shit. So we'll get to that briefly. Donald Trump is just as bad as ever. He also seems to be losing his mind. I actually haven't seen most of these clips.
What if I turned out I hate democracy? You don't, and just for that you should donate. Just for that remark.
I only saw like the first few minutes of the speech when I was trying to work out the extent to which I could tolerate sitting there. And again, a lot of it is
for me, it's 3:24 a.m. It's 3:24 a.m. I'm streaming for you late at night. And you should appreciate it and donate. Each and every one of you should donate. Lisa, you should donate. Sophie, you should donate.
Wait,
James,
that's true.
You especially should donate.
Hold on.
I was talking about food shops not having web. I'm a little bit behind. Oh, okay.
Wait, Vosh, you can get 10K for
And of course, Somiostatic, you should donate as well.
gold for free. Just go back to the video. Get up to
Thank you,
$10,000 in
Boogie,
precious
for
metals
blessing
for
me.
free with qualifying purchase.
This is the link to Lucy's stream in the chat. Just so that I'm not completely stealing her content. Please do go donate to her if you feel inclined to do so.
At this number, like for a city function or whatever, it's always 5 numbers, not 6. They're called short codes. I don't feel like I've ever seen 6 before. Whatever, maybe I'm just tripping.
I love studying the, if you take a look, I mean, the wars, I don't know what it is. The Civil War was so fascinating, so horrible, was so horrible, but so fascinating. It was, I don't know, it was just different. I just find it.
All the video footage that I could find of him speaking, by the way, he looked pretty blurry. You saw just now, we were...
Oh my god! Thank you for the $5 for the quack. Thank you. Just saying there is a chance I despise democracy. Thank you. Oh, thank you, fake Alec Hal Parker, for the $20. Just saying there is a chance I despise democracy. Thank you both. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. This is a lovely thing, a very fascinating thing, a terrifying thing, but also a very fascinating thing. Yeah.
We're looking at
Thank
Biden
you.
in 1080p. Now, Biden looked like shit, but Donald Trump, this looks like 360p. Like, it looked really bad. I looked around for video footage. Sorry, 1080i, thank you. I looked around video footage. It seems like it is just this bad. I mean, I'll show you what seems to be the original source for this. Hold on. I think I saw this from Forbes. Trump speech last day.
Damn.
Rolling Stone. Where was the...
We haven't even started yet. Damn.
Where was the full that I saw? You can see how bad this video quality is. Here we go. CNN News 18. Hold on.
Oh, they have 30 seconds.
This is 10 hours long, which means that they've looped the footage.
10 hours.
Days there. I just heard now. I say, give me updates on that. 30 seconds.
That looks pretty bad.
This isn't HD. Also, the
That
audio
looks
is coming
pretty
in
bad.
mostly through the left ear. Have you noticed that this has happened for the past few
10
Trump
years.
speeches? Like, this isn't a fluke. The past few times that we've watched a Trump speech, rally, whatever else, the audio's been shit, the video's been shit. Like, it genuinely looks incredibly scuffed, you know?
Yeah.
You think they're just so budget? Do you think that, like, Trump has his loyalist patriot holding a magnet up near the press booth so that it fuzzes the camera and people can't see how fucking bad he looks? You know?
That
They're
just
like,
instantly
they're
kill me?
doing, like, the softening effect a little bit. It's like...
Poison
Trump
health
for
bonus?
sure loves genocide.
What does that mean?
He'd watch this stream.
Face tuning. Look at this video quality, man. Jesus.
Damn.
I'm so attracted to seeing it. So many mistakes were made.
I'm so attracted to seeing it. That is such rambling. I'm so attracted to seeing it.
See, there was something I think could have been negotiated, to be honest with you. I think you could have negotiated that. All the people died. So many people died.
Damn, Trump would have negotiated a deal in the Civil War in one day, just like with Ukraine.
You know, that was the disaster. If you got hit by a bullet in the leg, you were essentially going to die or lose the leg. That's why you had so many people, no legs, no arms. If you got hit in the arm or the leg, it meant you were up because the infection, gangrene. It was just such a, you know, sort of a horrible time. But I was thinking to myself.
And that's why I would have gotten a deal in 24 hours, just like with Ukraine.
Because I was reading something and I said, this is something that could have been negotiated.
Also, a couple of things I want you to pay attention to. Mother definitely on drugs at the moment. I don't know what. It's not too uncommon for powerful people to take some kind of upper before a speech, but he's really leaning on it. First of all, you can just tell that he looks hollowed out. But he's also talking a lot faster than he normally does, and you can hear his lips smacking. He is definitely leaning on it more than he normally does. Okay, that is for damn sure. All right, I guess he and Biden both cooked up something fierce.
You know, it was just for all those people to die, and they died viciously. That was a vicious, vicious war. And in many ways, look, they're all nothing nice about it. But boy, that was a tough one for our country.
Yeah, he sounds rough.
That was a tough one indeed. Yeah, I guess I can agree. Yeah, that was a tough one.
It's you know, Abraham Lincoln. Of course, if he negotiated it, you probably wouldn't even know who Abraham Lincoln was.
Dude, these dart traps.
He would have been president, but he would have been president. And he wouldn't have been the Abraham Lincoln. Would have been different, but
maybe. Yeah, it's hard to say.
That would have been
math.
Okay, it would have been a thing that, and I know it very well. I know the whole process that they went through, and they just couldn't get along, and that would have been something that could have been negotiated, and they wouldn't have had that problem. But it was a hell of a time.
What is he waffling about? That is an excellent question. Again, I've watched plenty of Trump speeches. He's definitely different in this one. There is some brain zappery going on at the moment. Like, a lot of it is also him talking quickly, you know? The ability to speak quickly and to enunciate quickly when you generally can't. I mean, you could just be on a good day, but like, you know? Oh, also, you know, he's speaking on the Civil War here, which is the clip I was looking for. This one? Oh, yeah. So, Nikki Haley, that's one of the more quote-unquote moderate GOP candidates.
What deal could have been made to prevent the Civil War? That is for Trump to know, but he could have negotiated a deal in 24 hours.
That's true.
He should have been the president.
Candidates running in the primary, getting a lot of heat.
True, he should have been the president back then.
Lately for doing the states' rights bullshit. You know, what is the Civil War about? And she was like, well, you know, it's complicated, that kind of bullshit. Here's Trump.
I don't want to because she also said, you know, they asked her about the Civil War. Why did it start? How did it start? She didn't use the word slavery, which was interesting. I don't know that it's going to have an impact, but, you know, I'd say slavery is sort of the obvious answer. It's supposed to about 3 paragraphs of bullshit. She just talked. Nobody knew what she was saying.
I still can't believe he said that.
Obvious answer, 3 paragraphs bullshit. Unironic. What a king. Uncritical support. No, unironically, yeah, phenomenal. This is.
Jesus. Oh my god.
The funny thing, Nikki Haley is from what, South Carolina? So, you know, a lot of foreigners think this is an exaggeration, but fully, like, if you are in the South, in America, there's a decent.
Welcome, Bakamona Dragon.
Chance your high school textbook will do the lost cause thing at you.
Yep. That's true.
There are a significant number of Americans who are educated in school on the idea that it was a states' rights issue. The War of Northern Aggression. Keep in mind, the South began the war.
Right.
By firing on...
So I guess Trump spat facts here.
Fort Sumter. The idea that it was the other way around, propaganda campaign by ass-paying Southerners. Donald Trump, New York liberal. Really though, like Donald Trump, for all his biases, and he's a racist man, Donald Trump would not have been educated in an environment where people were giving him that, were spoon-feeding that bullshit, you know? For all of his biases, he's not a Confederate. That's just not an alignment he has. He is like a proper coastal elitist. So for him to be so racist generally, but then Nikki Haley, you know, does the Lost Cause bullshit, and he's like, I want to watch it again.
I don't want to make.
And he is
she also
racist.
said, you know, they asked her about the Civil War. Why did it start? How did it start? She didn't use the word slavery, which was interesting. I don't know that it's going to have an impact, but you know, I'd say slavery is sort of the obvious answer.
Yeah,
It's supposed to about 3 paragraphs of bullshit.
It's so good. It's so good. I love it. Majority of Southerners think the Confederate flag is a sign of victory. Yeah, this really surprised me. I saw it like, earlier from Shark, because that's what you've linked. From Shark. I'm a boy. Majority of Southerners now view the Confederate flag as a racist.
You're James. Nice. You should stop being white, James. You should get a subscription to stop being white. Then you'll be my favorite again.
I'm a boy. Majority of Southerners now view the Confederate flag as a racist symbol. Poll finds guys. It only took like 150 years, but at long last,
better late than never. You know the saying.
50.1% of Southerners in America denounce the Confederate flag.
Nice.
Let's go. This is from 2020.
Oh, that's
it
cool.
might have changed.
All right. So anyway, great Trump bit. Thank you, Trump.
Thank you.
Let's go on with the clip show.
Yeah.
10 times better than the same thing with Eric's. How about Ivanka? Ivanka just wanted to help people get jobs. I said, I'll put you in the United Nations and you'll be ambassador.
He's so sweaty. He looks really weird. He almost looks like, and I'm not joking, I mean, I know he's not, but he almost looks like a Trump impersonator. He looks like an old, like,
oh my
skinnier,
God.
like he's lost weight.
Maybe he did.
White guy. Like, his hairpiece doesn't even seem to be, like, a part of him. It just looks like there's a smudge in the camera up here. You know, you can see him without his hairpiece here very clearly. It just looks like a bald, you know, old man.
Damn.
A shell of his former self. Well, you know, Biden has always had an issue with stammering that is exacerbated with the fact that he's ancient. Donald Trump literally was on TV. Donald Trump is more charismatic than Biden by far, but he's just as old. You know, one of the biggest things holding Trump back here is his energy levels. He's dealing with a bunch of, like, very serious court cases against him, some of which could put him in jail for the rest of his life. He has to manage that while managing his campaigns. He's out of money. Rudy Giuliani's out of money. There are people flipping on him every day.
Aww.
I don't cover it because I can't cover it all, but every day, like, more bad news trickles down to him from his advisors as they hear about what's going on in this.
Wait, if Vosh GG is VGG, then is Lucy GG. Lucy is a ducky. So is my V, is my GG DGG? If I'm a ducky? Wouldn't that make my GG DGG? Think about it. Just some food for thought. My page is DGG, like ducky.
Whoops.
Just, you know.
Court case or another. This person testified. This person testified. Honestly, Vosh, given the amount of work and stress he's
yeah,
under, his energy is
DGG.
impressive. Yeah, it is. You know, I think that only a coked up New York billionaire with a history in television could possibly withstand this amount of pressure. And hey, listen, he is. But there are limits.
The base
I
DGG.
mean, this is what happens pretty often too with like really go-getter old
I'm not
people,
sure actually.
which is they keep it going longer than you think, but they just wither at a point.
It's
you know?
okay. I'm the better destiny. I'm the better destiny. I'm the destiny that we all deserve and love. That other Destiny's old news. I'm the superior Destiny.
No, that like past a point, there's just some barrier to their health or their energy levels, and they just start to wither. You know, again, man's like 80, 78, 79, whatever. You know.
My grandfather was fine at 85. Like, don't do the ages thing. Come on.
Ballpark. It's because he's vaxxed. Yeah, he also does have the Fauci ouchie, so it could be that.
Thank you for the $5 to the superior DGG. Thank you so much for the donation. Now Baka Mono Dragon has to get a subscription.
Weird. Just looks. I want to see him in HD. You know, I want to see him in HD. This is all like blurry.
What a pause! What a face! What an adorable facial expression.
Yeah, that's true. We do the really deep meta reacts here.
Trump is now attacking E. Jean Carroll, who he was found liable of sexually abusing from the stump in Iowa. Oh yes, this is the woman he lost the court case against.
It doesn't look good. You have a jury. If I don't go there, they're there. If you don't go, I sort of felt I should be there. He said, "Sir, you shouldn't be there."
Oh, he's also very visibly propping himself up against the podium. You can see it. Look at how his arms are settled. This pose can only...
Instead of analyzing what he's saying, Vosh is analyzing Trump's state, and I love it. I don't know, making an analysis of Trump's state of mind and soul.
Suggest that. I saw this as well. You've probably seen this. There was a photo that made the way around a little bit ago, but in order to keep him upright while he's talking in front of a podium, there's like a little slanted. Why can't I find this? Trump
he put a stick in his clothing.
Why? I thought this would be easy to find. Oh, here we go. Is this it? He's got a little foot cushion down here. Mind you, not a bad thing to have if you have a standing desk or whatever. I'm not impugning the practice, but
okay.
It's he seems to be using it just for the.
Wait.
You know?
Hoorah! Oh, Present Sunday! Oh my God! So thank you so much. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. Oh, a raid! I knew I'd get a raid sooner or later. Hello, raiders. Hello. Oh my gosh. Hello. This is a genocide stream, as you can see. We are discussing the most wholesome topic of all, genocide and death.
Well,
and also,
not
we're
presently.
watching Vosh watching Trump as a palate cleanser after a food shops debate. So that's our stream today. It's exciting. It's fun. You're Sunday's strongest soldier. That's right. I'm a decky.
What a mean level.
So thank you all so much. Noticing the foot pillow was quite amusing. True. So after this, we're going to be discussing genocide. Are you excited? Are you all excited to do some genocide discussion slash research? Okay, I'm gonna give you some context before we move on with Vosh, because there's like 75 of you, so I'm gonna tell you what the plan is. So I'm planning to do a thing with Loner Box, and we're gonna be talking. I'm gonna be talking with him / debating him on genocide, or rather on the Holodomor. I'm not sure if you're interested in that. On the question of, was the Holodomor a genocide? Now, my stance is that it was. And Loner Box is that there's not enough evidence. So I'm doing a big preparation. And two of my biggest things that I'm reading right now are the book by one of the most famous war journalists in Poland, Konstanty Gebert, who also happens to be Jewish. It's called The Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work. That's a big one. It has 2 chapters on the Holodomor. But I'm reading the whole thing because it's actually it gives an amazing context into what genocide is and what are the main characteristics of dealing with Stalinists then. What does Lonerberg think was a genocide? That's a good question. So, Constante Gebert, the author of this book, like a very famous war journalist, he actually spoke with quite a few people who were perpetuators of genocide. He spoke with people that took part in the Rwanda genocide, for example, you know? So he has first-hand experience interviewing people who committed genocide, who were charged with genocide and were arrested for genocide and served their sentence for genocide. And they sort of talked about the experience of doing genocide, and it's a very interesting thing. Okay, so that's
Family Guy and Subway Surfer clips. Yeah, I suppose so.
That's one of my sources. The second one is this. He's a good kid. His point, as far as I know, is that he says it's 100% ethnical cleansing and horrific, but whatever reason is gatekeeping genocide as a word. Well, ethnic cleansing is a totally different thing than genocide. Like, those things get really misused. Okay, this is a book called... I'm gonna do a full screen for this, actually. This is a book called... Because I'm the biggest trans Polish streamer, I forgot to introduce myself. Luzy Haze, the biggest Polish trans streamer. So I'm from Poland, obviously. So, The Great Hunger in Ukraine, 1932-1933. And this book has just a short introduction into the history of the Holodomor. And the rest is just hundreds of pages of primary sources, documents, orders, letters. It's all just primary sources. So it's going to be a very big, important thing for me to go through all of the sources and establish intent when it comes to the Holodomor. And after I've done all the preparation, I'm going to talk to Lonerbox and make my case that the thing was genocide. So are you all excited for that? And that's why we're gonna be talking a lot today about genocide, about different genocides, and we're gonna be, discussing. Exciting, right? Are you all excited? But for now, we're doing Vosh. Oh, yeah. Arca is gone now. That was before. I'm gonna turn that off. Yeah, you're right. Arca is gone now.
It's true, I am
We did
gone.
a segment together. Just before.
True.
Okay, we continue now with Vaush and his analysis of Trump's state, if he is dragged out and how he's doing.
Well,
Okay,
that sucks.
you know how Donald Trump stands?
No.
Where he does like the...
I don't know.
Oh no!
Like this thing where...
It went back.
You know what I mean, right? Where he like...
What's the thing?
He does that weird like hips forward, shoulders back kind of thing. If you were heavy like he is, and he does it forward. Oh, so he does like yeah.
Oh my God!
With
Thank you
with his hips, like,
for
back,
subscribing.
Like that.
Thank you.
He has his gat out for the Rizzler, right? The point I'm trying to make is that he has a lot of weight.
Thank you for subscribing.
Pushing forward, and if you were tall and heavy like Trump is, and old and...
Thank you, Felsin Pharma, for getting a tier 1 subscription. Thank you. We're doing Vosh. Finally, his bottom shaming will cease. It will never cease. He will shame me forever, first of all. And he's Polish like me, so that's double shame, I think.
Weak, like Trump is. I think the concern would be, especially as you got older and weaker,
falling
forward.
ageism.
I think the reason he has these under the front of his feet and not the whole foot is because he's not looking for cushioning.
None of this is about the speech. This whole analysis is about Trump being old and how he is on drugs to make him hyper.
He's looking for something that his feet brace against to help him not
Thank you, Jordan.
stumble forward. He's also bracing against the podium here. Again, look at his arms. That's pretty bad.
Oh, God.
I'm not trying to read too much.
I thought this was about the speech. Trump's speech is so bad it makes me feel hopeful for 2024. And so far, nothing here has been about the speech. It's all been about Trump's physical state. None of it is about the substance of the speech. Vosh dance to Stunlock. I mean, I cannot complain. I just did a whole Stunlock about Holodomor and talking to Lonerbox, so...
Oh, thank God.
Stones and glass houses, I suppose. You can afford a Taylor Trump. True.
Thank God.
Into it, but I don't know how else you could read it. That pretty plainly seems to be what's happening. Oh yeah, this. See, if you're old and weak and...
Oh my God, that is such a weird posture.
Yep.
Oh gosh, does it really have to do anything with being old? I don't know. I genuinely don't know if this has
I think it's some
anything
kind
to
of
do with
condition.
age, this sort of weird posture. Vosh will go on these tangents for hours. Here was weird segment from Vosh. The guy's known for getting distracted. I mean, maybe it's an ADHD thing. Who knows? I mean, I get distracted. A lot. That is such a weird photograph. Who thought that this photograph looked good? That is so bizarre.
standing like this. All I'm saying is there has to be at least some...
Saturation being up so high makes so orange look. Yeah, orange man.
some risk of you falling forward. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
It looks so
See,
absurd.
I can't mimic this pose. I don't.
Don't shame his autism. I'm not shaming anything. I'm saying I get distracted and it might be related to autism. I don't know.
know why he stands like this.
Isn't it like a thing that people with autism have, like a concentration thing, focusing on things? That's a big lean. Yeah. I was supposed to get an autism test, diagnosis thing, screen when I was in the hospital. Because I've been in the hospital not long ago. And I was supposed to be screened for autism, but in the end, there wasn't time for that. I once went to a tram store and there was drawing of him confronting the media. They were drawn like demons, but I don't think he was drawn in a way, the way he looks IRL.
He does. I don't know.
The picture is at an angle. The momentum, the monument in the background is about the same angle as Trump. Oh, damn, that's true. That is so strange. It's tilted. That's true.
I don't know why he does. Doesn't that hurt? Yeah, it would hurt me.
I mean, I think in the hospital, I said I might have autism, and they said that they would do a diagnosis thing, but they didn't.
I can't. It's not good. Your center of balance is
Instead,
off.
they gave me this for depression.
This trial is bullshit. He used that term. He said, "You should not be there, sir. This is beneath you." That's the term he used, beneath. So I didn't go there, and they found me not guilty of the one charge, the big charge, but guilty of the stuff I never...
He's right now at a rally talking about a civil case of sexual abuse that he lost. This is
right.
a case. This was the one where he pointed at a woman in a photo and said, "Oh, that was her," and it was actually his wife or something. Like he couldn't tell the difference between his wife at the time. And
What?
the lady, if I recall.
Wait, really?
It's that one.
Oh my god.
Apparently, this posture might be a sign of dementia. Really?
What? I don't believe that. I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
Is that true? I mean,
It's
this
a
looks
different
like a boomer
posture.
meme. I don't know if this is true.
It looks like a different posture.
Repetitive. Ah, well, that's why we're not watching the full thing.
Never met this I never saw this woman.
I don't
except
believe
25
that.
years ago, there's a picture of her and her husband, who was a nice guy. He was a newscaster.
A nice guy.
He was an African American, and she called him an ape in her book. And the judge, who's radical left, and a Clinton judge.
Radical left Clinton judge. Yeah, you missed that? He mistook the woman for his wife. That is so wild. I guess I missed that. That is so wild.
Radical left said you're not allowed to use that in the trial, and other things. They had a dress like Monica.
I guess I must have missed it.
Lewinsky. They said we have a dress.
Again, to be clear, he is at one of a fairly rare campaign rally that he does. He doesn't do anywhere near as many as he did 4 years ago, and he is dedicating time to talk about a case that he lost and had to pay out for because he sexually abused a woman. That's what he's talking about. That's what he chose to bring up and is talking about.
That is a really weird thing to bring up on your
So,
speech. Yeah.
I said, all right, use it. It's sort of gross, right? Use it. Because I didn't do anything. I never saw
Radical
this-
left,
this
yeah.
woman, other than they have a picture standing on a reception
I'm a radical leftist.
line where it's a celebrity. I'm shaking hands or something with hundreds and hundreds of people. That's the only picture they have. They said, so the dress. So I said, you know.
He's making weird faces, don't you think? I know that we're looking at this
True.
with low resolution and these are like in between frames, but I feel like I don't often see him make these faces. You know?
In between frames? This is not animation, Vosh. What do you mean by in between frames? That's an animation term. This is live footage. There are no in between frames in real life. That's a very specifically animation term. There are no keyframes and in betweens in real life footage. What does that even mean here? In between frames.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know, man.
And which ones are keyframes then? Or the extremes? Yes, I'm a little bit of an animator. I know my stuff when it comes to animation.
Is he constipated? No, I think he's coked the up. I think that the uppers that politicians usually take in situations like this, he had took more.
Wash is anime brained, I guess. Like, in between frames?
You know?
You know, use it.
And look at how out of breath he is.
Something never happened, and you say, we have to go through this. I said, use the dress.
That's because he's excited. Are you gonna comment on this speech? You tell him. I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna debate Vosh on this.
And the judge wouldn't allow it. It turned out there was nothing in the dress. The judge wouldn't allow it because he knew that there was nothing on the dress.
Or he could be drunk. No, not
because
drunk.
the judge is a radical.
No, he's not drunk. He would, I don't know, act different. He was drunk.
Definitely not
Democrat
drunk.
in New York. And so you go through it.
He looks
The
like
grooming of
freaky.
the grooming of the mustache.
Genuinely, I know that everyone will play it up for the
But
content.
it's
or
such a
whatever, but,
Polish thing,
sincerely,
grooming your
it does
hair.
really feel like he's withering quite a bit.
Damn.
Oh, now we get to hear about China.
I had a great relationship with Putin. The fake news hates when I say that. He shouldn't be dealing with Putin. He said he gets along with Putin. Somebody asked me, is President Xi of China...
He's gonna get a deal for Ukraine in 24 hours, you know.
It controls 1.4 billion people ruthlessly. Ruthlessly.
Ruthlessly.
No games, right?
Yeah.
They said, is President Xi of China a brilliant man? I said, yes, he is. He's a brilliant man. Next day, Trump said President Xi is brilliant. I said, yeah, I did. They want me to say...
So, okay, I'm
True.
not making it up. Listen
It's
to how he
Polish.
talks.
Next day, Trump said
a Polish
President
thing.
Xi is brilliant. I said, yeah, I did.
Ooh. Whoa.
That,
Whoa.
like, real, like, actually, he's gone, dude. Holy, he's slurring. That's not stimming. I mean,
It's
you know,
okay. I grew my hair as well, so I can make the accusation. We're just Polish. I'm accusing Vosh of being Polish.
When I'm feeling pretty energetic, I slur my words sometimes if you talk a lot. I mean, he has to be on uppers. There's no
I
way.
never slur my words. That's what makes me such a perfect streamer. That's what makes me so amazing.
To be on downers or whatever. But like,
I
holy
never slur
shit,
my
dude.
words.
I don't think he'll survive to be president again. I actually think there's a greater likelihood of him not being able to be president for health reasons than Biden. Biden's marginally
Damn.
older, but Biden, has the best health care in
The universe.
for one, and B, Biden's just a better decision.
Okay, can the chat write me right now how old is each one of them?
I feel. I feel like Biden would be a lot more moderate and considerate when it comes to managing his health.
True, he does.
Trump seems like he'd be more inconsiderate or take more risks. Also, it does factor in here, certainly. Biden's
Oops.
skinny, Trump's fat. Wears on you, wears in your heart. I don't know, man. He's like, listen.
Trump said President Xi is brilliant.
There are many factors that come into health, and I don't know. I don't know if I'd make such a decisive.
I said, yeah, I did. They want me to say, no, he's not a very smart guy. You know, he just runs 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. It's crazy. And they have to straighten out.
Yes, each one of you. 24? Like who? 30? No, I meant Trump and Biden. I'm 27. I guess I'm just gonna learn how old my audience is now. 24, 30, 27. Okay, I've got a nice young audience.
I can't get over it.
Next day, Trump said President Xi is brilliant.
Jesus. He does look like he's losing weight. Oh, he's lost a lot of weight. Like, hold on.
From the stress.
Oh, got him.
2020 picture.
Damn.
Just give me a nice comparison.
I thought he'd Google his weight numbers.
An older, well, not older, but we're looking at a incredibly low resolution.
You're
video.
also young.
The difference is massive. Again, I know. Just I mean, you can tell just from looking straight
Damn.
on. The neck is a lot thinner now. The lines in his face, the creases. He has
46.
definitely lost weight. I mean, good. Like to be clear, I hope he dies. I'm not. This is my. So I'm sort of confronting a morbid reality here. I'm
Still
not
young.
in any way sympathetic.
42,
You know? He's
still
had
young.
a nice life of being a billionaire and children. Okay, it's time to move on to the hereafter, where he'll be, I don't know, tortured for eternity by Lucifer. I don't care.
I said, yeah, I did. They want me.
I said, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Run the East that we have to do it the old-fashioned way. We have
Wait,
to
are you
run
older
the
or
East
younger?
Coast like I did in 2016, like I did also in 2020. But you know, we didn't quite get a couple of those states that we won by a lot. We were doing so well in remember Pennsylvania? We were
Oh,
up by
now
like
what?
900,000 votes with.
And then I suddenly lost without warning.
Oh, no.
What happened? What happened?
It's 900,000 votes with 73% of the vote. I think if I would have lost every vote, I would have won Pennsylvania.
That breath he took, Lamau.
We're up by like
You're the
900,000
baby.
votes with. I think it was 900,000.
He's out of breath.
Oh, you're 17. Okay.
Breath, yeah. Is it just me or does his jacket?
Trump's 77. Okay.
Big
82. Like, I'm telling you, my grandfather was in perfect shape mentally at 85. He was still sort of... Students still went for him for advice. The company in which he was in the advisory board still sort of contacted him for advice. He was in perfect shape mentally at 85. So, you know, the mileage will vary from person to person. Just because you're old, it doesn't mean that you'll be like mentally checked out. You can be pretty old and very in shape when it comes to your mental faculties.
body. No, it's because he's bracing himself against the podium. See, he has both of his hands under the line of the podium that you can see right there, and he's gripping the underside. It's possible that they've put something there for him to hold, but whatever it is, it's probably kind of like a handle because the way his elbow here is rotated back.
Nothing about this is about the speech, I'm noticing. It's all just analyzing Trump's current, I don't know.
See, like this shoulder's pushed up because he's putting it down a different angle. It's very strange.
It's like transvestigation, but about being old. Unironically.
I've never seen somebody
The sort of analysis of every little detail of posture and everything.
At a podium looking like this. It's not too uncommon for a person speaking at a podium to put a hand on the podium or put their elbow on or
My
lean
God.
on or whatever. But he seems to have his hands braced against.
So many assumptions based on so objectively little. I know people in their 90s that were still very sharp. Yeah, of course. Speculations on Trump's HB. That is what's happening here.
Like facing him, grabbing it so he doesn't fall forward. He looks rough. Yeah, he does. I guess that's the main thing that I'm getting from this, you know? Sometimes it feels kind of unsatisfying. You want to, like, the analysis has to be big and political. And sure, I mean, there is that. But a lot of what I'm getting from this is just he's...
Well, it's a lot more fun to do this, isn't it, Vosh? It's a lot more fun. Vosh bet confirmed.
Dying. You know, he's always been prone to the rambling and the, you know... I mean, I do too, so I can't really blame him for that, but...
1,000 votes with 73% of the vote.
I never ramble, by the way. That's what makes me your favorite streamer, all of you, even the ones that are watching me for the first time now.
I think if I would have lost every vote, I would have won Pennsylvania. I love
Body
Pennsylvania.
language expert.
All of a sudden, there was a mistake. Like 3:02 in the morning.
Alternative front-facing speech image for comparison.
Damn.
You can see it pretty clearly. That's pretty straightforward.
Analysis. Damn. People are feeding
we just
this.
happened to find about 1 million votes. Oh, look, we just found. Oh, they're tied, and then you lose it by a couple of votes.
Hunter
You know,
Biden
these
ticker on
guys.
the bottom. Oh shit! Did I miss Hunter Biden ticker?
What?
Oversight committee kicks off new year, ready to hold Hunter Biden in contempt. What is this? RSBN? What am I blanking? What is RSBN? What insane Nazi news site am I looking at this from? What is this? Right Side Broadcasting? I don't think we've ever seen anything from this outlet. Is this... Wait. Is Trump so desperate that even institutions like this are getting space to record at his rallies?
Yes. Trump's pretty desperate right now.
I don't know, man. If you're... Jesus, there's only so much room in the spot that you
Dude,
can
he
put
was
the
camping.
cameras and still get a front-facing view of Trump. You know, they usually limit how many... They limit how... You can see it. Hold on. 1 second. Obviously, it varies like location. Trump, speech, camera pit. Why did this not immediately give me...
GB Wibbies.
Camera area. It can't possibly be a tough thing to search. I'm not seeing it.
I can't believe this is happening.
You can't take pictures of the camera area.
Oh, no.
Because that's where the cameras are.
Damn. Oh, no.
Cameras in crowd. Try, press
What's
pool?
happening?
Oh, shit, right. Press pool. Nope. Well, you're just gonna...
Is this how a regular Vosh stream happens? Him just doing this? Is this how I expected this... I don't know, I expected this segment to be more laser focused. Boom, 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 boom. And this is sort of like... I don't know. It's all over the place, a bit.
What does that
You can
say about
that
this?
Don't do the legwork, I guess.
I have to imagine it, okay?
It's, oh, look, we just found. Oh, they're tied.
This segment is a bit all over the place. You gotta agree with me on this, right?
And then you lose it by a couple of votes. You know, these guys, I'm telling you, if they put the genius into running our country.
Thank you. Here we go.
Most of the time he's all over
right
the
here up in
place.
the front, you have the select crowd. Yeah, the media pen. There we go. See, this is where they keep the cameras. See, they've got like limited range in space for.
I don't know. I feel like if you look at some different streamers who are relatively big, I don't know who to compare to. Like, I guess Destiny's big, but Destiny's also all over the place. But I don't know, like, who to compare to. I feel like usually, like, I don't know, Loner Box is pretty in segments, like, boom, 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 to the point. I don't know, or Dylan Burns also, I guess, when doing segments is pretty boom, 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 to the point.
Lonerbox does, like,
point,
scripted
right?
videos.
And Vosh is pretty all over the place. This is why people know and love him, yes. Oh, okay. Are you saying I should be more all over the place and then you will know me and love me? Is this what you're saying? If I'm more all over the place just like Vosh is, you will love me. Then I guess that's what I'm going to have to do. If it'll win your love and approval, then it is what it is. I have to do it now.
I don't know. I've RSBN, dude.
It would be. I probably wouldn't be.
Xander Hall.
The country's a fine-tuned machine, but they don't. They're evil. They're basically. It would be.
Wait, is Xander Hall? Okay, Xander Hall is a bit all over the place as well. Probably. He rambles a bit. Doesn't he? Does he? I'm trying to think if Xander Hall is like or not.
Zen can get stun locked sometimes.
Or is a bit like Vosh all over the place.
I probably wouldn't be running. I'd say the country's a fine-tuned machine, but they don't. They're evil. They're basically evil people.
They're evil people.
That we have to do in our country. It would be. I probably wouldn't be running. I'd say the country's a fine-tuned.
The focused analysis face. I love it. Maybe it's the opposite. Slander Hall.
Tuned machine.
Sheesh. I want to hear more of it.
It's a world we want to protect.
Okay. This is not the content we're here for, to be honest. Alright. I was interested in the genocide stuff, but this is going on longer than I thought it would. We're gonna switch to our Sociology playlist. We're going back. Back to Sociology. Here we go. Here we go, chat. Lecture 5.
So we are going to talk about conformity and isolation. And,
this is more interesting to me.
It has really, in a way, a continuous thread with our prior discussions when we've been talking about how social processes work and how, indeed, how people come to believe in their way or the highway, how people can be ethnocentric and, in fact, almost always tend that way. And one of the reasons is that when people are engaged with one another, they tend to conform with one another. And hence the discussion today about conformity. First, though, a word about isolation, which you're not going to read that much about, but which I need to speak about, because in a way, it's the opposite. If you're isolated, if you're not part of society, like you're really radically isolated, then something different will happen. One of the things that will happen is you will perhaps die and perhaps lose your mind. That's an important little detail because it means that our social condition is in fact our natural condition, if there is such a thing as a natural condition for human beings. We literally die. And one of the ways we first got wind of the fact that the social condition is the only condition in which a decent life can be sustained is when we learned why children died in orphanages. There were studies of orphanages earlier in the 20th century And what they couldn't figure out was why some orphanages had much higher death rates than others. This is in the United States. And even though the babies in the orphanage were being given all sorts of healthy ways of life, they were being adequately fed, their medical needs were being taken care of, yet the mortality rate was quite high. And what they learned was that the mortality rates were high in those places in which the babies were isolated from other human beings. Now, we now just take this for granted, but in 1927, 1936, for example, these ideas were not taken for granted because a healthy body was seen in physiological terms, not in mental terms, or certainly not in social terms. The babies who were being raised in cribs with solid walls, that is not being able to see through, as in the conventional cribs that we now know about, or in transparent plastic cribs, which those of you who've been in birth wards will notice that they are transparent. And it's in part so that people can see in, but it's also so that the infants can see out to the degree to which their eyes are developed enough to even do that. But why take a chance? The idea is to get the child in interaction. And furthermore, of course, what stimulates a child's development, growth, and mental health and physiological survival is social interaction. Faces, touches, being talked to, and human beings responding to them. And that's now, of course, well known in conventional child rearing literature. It's why middle-class people today who know about those things, and they're sometimes told by their pediatrician if they didn't know ahead of time, or their nurse practitioner, spend vast amounts of time stimulating their small child. And many of you, I would say probably all of you, who are here at NYU, it's another answer to the question of how did you get here. How you got here, how we got here, was we had parents who didn't leave us alone as we were little. In part because this very sociological
I forgot to save
was
chat.
something that they were exposed to, they were taking up, and having taken up.
Periwinkle says, I don't know much about sociology, to be honest. Hopefully I can follow without the first few lectures, but it has always been something I've wanted to study. Never actually went about doing it. Yeah, I definitely recommend, here, let me link the playlist, because it's definitely really interesting. And I think it's a really accessible series of lectures. It's pretty basic stuff. I'm gonna paste it in chat here. Here's a link to the playlist. It's a great series of lectures. There's like 25 videos. We're going to end up going through all of them eventually. You can go back in my VODs. It's the last Doom plus Sociology one I did. But you could also just go and watch the videos on your own time as well. Yeah, it's really great. I highly recommend it. It's very accessible. He doesn't like get it like he's not like using like huge words or anything. Like I think anybody could get into it.
That knowledge, they change the world to at least some degree, i.e. each one of you is a little bit of a changed world, in part because of this information that is now circulated very widely. So when a child is raised in isolation, and there are other occasional instances where we learn about this, about cases of isolation. So for example, in some families at some moments, children who are shameful are because, for example, they were born to an unwed mother, an illegitimate child. That's what the term was, which is, I think, probably strikes as an odd term. How can a child be illegitimate? But we used to use that language. I grew up using that language myself. And if you take that to its logical extreme, that you have an illegitimate child, you may just put it in the attic and not let anybody know that it's there. And people who had daughters who gave birth to illegitimate children would do all kinds of things to prevent any acknowledgement that the event had happened. And of course, the most common response is to put the child up for adoption, or at least a more common response. But an odd, unusual, but sometimes happen response would be to put the child in the attic. And the child would grow in quasi-isolation. This is not a pretty picture. These children do not grow up as normal children. At the other end of, or at later points in the lifespan, putting people in solitary confinement is a way to create isolation in an adult. And this creates its own challenges of the capacity to maintain anything like sanity. And people who have been in solitary and have spent long periods of time do not get more attractive as a result of that experience, and do report, however, mechanisms, deliberate strategies they went through in order to maintain their sanity in light of the fact that they're not with other human beings. So we know having other human beings is fundamental. And having that fundamental in place then creates conditions under which there is not only interaction, but a kind of interactional dependence. We do care what other people think because they are, and I'm going to talk more about this in a subsequent class, they are fundamental to our capacity to have a sense of self, to have an identity, to have anything like a comfortable personality, a legitimacy in the world, a capacity to self-reflect, to have an identity that makes any sense, to be mentally healthy. So that then opens the opportunity for people influencing one another, and hence what I'm going to talk about today. So we know from the prior class that there is always ambiguity to at least some degree in terms of what people think is true in the world, how they come to that conclusion. The world is ambiguous to some degree. The duck versus the bunny. The thing is both, but some of you could only see.
All right, so we're going to look at the duck versus bunny thing, just to illustrate that. So some people see a duck and some people see a bunny. And if you try really hard, you can force yourself to see a duck or a bunny. But very few people could see both simultaneously. And neither is technically true. It is both a duck and a bunny, depending on your perspective. That's what he's talking about with like ambiguity in the world, or at least that's the example that he's giving.
Duck, and some of you could only see bunny. The duck people could be converted to seeing bunny by me instructing, by me giving a slight clue. Look at the ears, I said. And then when I said that, the duck people converted to bunnyism, at least for that split moment. So some sort of external contextual feature shifted, at least for that moment, what the thing was. And of course, bunnyism and duckism are parallels in this universe that described it. An outside force, in this case me, helped you see what was actually there. There's a saying in social psychology, of which this is all a part of that sort of subdiscipline of sociology and subdiscipline of psychology where the two fields meet. There's a kind of slogan, and it is the more ambiguous the stimulus, the more that two things that really you can't tell quite what they are, the more a cloud, let's say, or the face in the moon, let's say. The more ambiguous the stimulus, the more that social factors intervene in perception. And so since that drawing was both a duck and a bunny, if in this room we had a very strong duck movement, if people made fun of you because you saw a bunny instead of a duck, there would be a good possibility that we could convert people from bunny to duck or duck to bunny. I'm now completely mixed up, and I don't know which way I'm arguing these religious movements go. But if you were isolated, and the great majority of people were going the other way, you could be converted, especially when the stimulus was ambiguous, as, say, the face on the moon is the shape of a star, and other things that are not clearly and obviously one way as opposed to the other. But even when things are relatively clear, then, for example, are you sitting on a chair? I've, in a prior class, referred to you're sitting in a chair. Well, actually, you're not, as some might say, in a chair at all. Chairs have 4 legs. The things you're sitting on, I think, have no legs. They're not separate items at all. They're parts of what might be thought of as a bench. And we could go on and on and on. And we could have a chair culture that believes it's a chair, and that's fundamental to their belief system. And then we could have people who would say, no, these are not chairs at all. A chair is something different. And you are deforming our knowledge of the world by calling it a chair. So even something that seems very obvious, a chair and not a chair, is something that is done by social agreement that let's just call it that, and let's not get into a big debate, and let it be a chair and let it be not a chair, and who cares? And the same thing with duck and bunny. I didn't create anything controversial in this room by having the people who believe in ducks raise their hands compared to people who believe in bunnies. If I asked the same question about believing in God, I think I'd be getting a little bit more controversial, and some of you would feel perhaps that was inappropriate for a show of hands. And of course, we could go from there to things that are even more intimate and sensitive that I wouldn't have felt comfortable with. But all through real life, people are conforming to all kinds of things that don't particularly matter, like chairs and non-chairs, ducks and bunnies, and things that matter a great deal. So how did this all get going in social science, and in particular this field of social psychology, where sociology and psychology meet up? Well, World War II, and I did a very cavalier reference a few minutes ago to the role of Germany in World War II. And immediately after the war, of course during the war itself, many people in the United States and the other countries that made up the Allied forces were very disturbed, to say the least, by what had happened in Germany. And what they couldn't get over, of course, was to try to explain genocide, the destruction of the Jews and the other groups. And they couldn't figure out how is it that the society that gave rise to Beethoven and Bach and Heine and these magnificent figures in poetry, literature, and science could at the same time give birth to this extraordinary movement, the Nazi movement, and in fact enable it to actually prevail. And among the explanations were things about, well, those are in effect, those are the Germans for you. That even though there's all this creativity that we see, there's something about being German that causes people to see the world in absolute terms, black and white, not gray, to make distinctions between the in-group, us Germans, and those outside of us. And to draw those lines very hard, very clear, and to resort to extraordinary measures to maintain the purity of what we are. There's a kind of zeal for order, and order means conformity, there's the word, and obedience to others. And some people spoke of the Germans as having an authoritarian personality. That was the term that was used, quasi-technical term used in social psychological circles, the authoritarian personality. You tend to obey authority in some deep way as a result of the culture. No one thought this was biological, but in terms of the culture in which you are part. This then led to numbers of experiments to see the degree to which this so-called authoritarian personality wasn't, in fact, more widespread than among the Germans. And so studies were done in the United States especially, and among American undergraduates especially, because the undergraduates are our fodder. It's typical in universities, it might still be in this one, where freshmen in psychology classes, as part of their introductory course, are required to participate in an experiment. And this gave us the human power to keep learning through putting people in odd and unusual situations. And one of those, you're reading a number of those for this week's readings, and one of them is this thing, the Ash experiment. And I have some YouTube footage of the Ash experiment as it was actually run, and you can tell by their funny haircuts that this is the real thing. This is authentic. So let's see if I can.
The Ash.
You're reading it. This is just a little bit of it. Did you did you notice anything that's worth that you'd like to comment on? Did you? One thing is obvious that from your readings that you know this as well.
I'm glad they cut that out so I don't have to.
Massive rates of conformity, and that people do report things that, even though I think we all found the stimulus to be unambiguous, still there was an influence. Does anyone have any? Did you notice any other thing about it? One of the things that I noticed is that before he gives the wrong answer, the right answer for the group, he hesitates. And that hesitation, we're also going to talk about things like hesitation later in the course. That hesitation is a kind of telltale that he is suffering from what social psychologists often call cross pressures, a kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. You're stymied, you're kind of right in the middle. And as these experiments evolve, that kind of stymie is what you see again and again. Before then, in effect, they cave. And as you saw later on, he just gives the wrong answer, which in group terms was the right answer, and without hesitation. So there is a kind of initial stage of being, well, first of all, of being wrong, of standing up to the group. This is common. Then a middle stage in which you hesitate and you can see, as an observer, this kind of both winds blowing at once, the cross pressures. And then when there is capitulation, then they just answer right away, just like the stooges. We call the people who are hired by the experimenter, by the way, we call them stooges. And these experiments often have stooges, people who are actually working for the experimenter, and generate through the group pressure this high degree of conformity. Now the other experiment that you're reading about is probably even more famous than the Ash experiment. Even more famous than the Ash experiment. And it's by this social psychologist who spent his career at Yale named Stanley Milgram. And what Milgram did, and you all know this from your readings, is he put people in a room where they were told to pull the switch to deliver electrical shocks to someone who they thought was an innocent person just like them, who was actually a stooge working for the experimenter. And again, the remarkable thing is the degree of conformity. In this case, not to a group pressure, but rather to a kind of authority structure. The authority being the fact that, at least in some of the experimental settings, the person who's asking them to pull the switch, and of course he's asking them to pull the switch in a plausible way. These are, there are people who are in a learning experiment, as it was called, and the people who are in the learning experiment, the person, they are actually stooges working for the experimenter, get the wrong answers. And so the experiment is allegedly about how they can be shaped to provide the right answers. And if they provide a wrong answer, then you give them a negative stimulus. You give them an electrical shock. And at first, the electrical shocks, which aren't real, of course, the electrical shocks are described as very mild, but as you know from your readings, they get more and more and more severe until finally they are plausibly fatal. And yet, the people who are brought in off the street, whether they are Yale undergraduates or they are adults from other walks of life, do pull the switch at higher and higher rates. Now, in both of these experiments, in both the Milgram experiment and the Ash experiment, not everybody does conform. And that's a very important footnote, and maybe it's really beyond a footnote. It actually, it varies. And let me just get this up for you. I've got something else too. There we go. Let's go back to our founding fathers. You remember our founding fathers. You can't get enough, too much of them. Our Duck Bunny friend, and our moment in Orientalism. These studies were also stimulated by a book written by one of our most important figures in the history of social philosophy. And her name, can you see it at the bottom? It's a reading test. Her name is Hannah Arendt. Can you see the author's byline? No. I don't know. This bigger. Maybe this one will get bigger. Is that of any use? Hannah Arendt.
Got him.
Arendt. Hannah Arendt is a German social philosopher, a German Jewish social philosopher originally, who left with the coming of the Nazis and spent her career in the United States at the University of Chicago and at the New School here in New York. And she was hired by the New Yorker magazine to go and report for the New Yorker magazine on the trial of Adolf Eichmann in Jerusalem. Who was Adolf Eichmann? Eichmann was the person who organized the transportation of the Jews to the concentration camps. He's the one who worried about the railroads and the trains and making sure there were supplies of all the things needed to bring this thing off, a kind of logistic bureaucrat. It is not easy to kill 6 million, 8 million, 10 million people. It's actually a job. And if I told you that that's what we had to do here in New York, the first thing we would have to do is confront a logistical challenge of the highest, of the most extraordinary sort. And Adolf Eichmann was captured in Argentina after the war in the early 1960s, as I recall, and brought to Israel. He was captured.
Hey, hello,
by the
Lord
Israelis
Pasta.
And brought to
Welcome to the
Israel
stream.
for trial.
We're watching sociology
And
lectures.
He's there being tried. He was put to death, was the outcome. He was found guilty of atrocities, and he was put to death. Hannah Arendt was sent there to Jerusalem, to the trial, to report. And what she reported on was the words that I'm sure you cannot see, but the title of her book that was published, and it's the New Yorker articles, the title of the book is Eichmann in Jerusalem, and then the subtitle, which I'm going to read to you, is A Report on the Banality of Evil. Because
I should review that.
What she found most remarkable about Adolf Eichmann was the lack of remarkableness about him, that this is an ordinary guy. So she is searching for a deep psychological disturbance. She's searching for events in the life course. She's searching for bases of ideological drivenness. And she just says it's not there. She says that Eichmann is
just a normal guy.
Just an excellent bureaucrat who followed the rules. We say stereotypically the good German sometimes, and to connote that kind of quality.
And they found this out in like the Nuremberg trials as well, that the Nazis weren't like a special kind of evil person. They were just normal people. And that's really the scary thing about the Holocaust, was that it's something that could just happen, like it's something that could just happen anywhere. People, the kind of thing that has to happen in your brain is something that could happen to anybody, to be able to commit those kind of atrocities.
That's what Eichmann was. This finding of hers, I'll call it a finding, this impression of hers, created a storm of reaction and made, along with some other things that Hannah Arendt wrote about the Holocaust and about the role of Jews in the Holocaust, never mind the role of the Germans, created a storm of protest against Hannah Arendt, because it was very hard to imagine that an ordinary person could do that. So if you put together Hannah Arendt's picture of what went on with Eichmann and what an ordinary guy could do in terms of creating such extraordinary results, with the findings of experiments like the Ash experiment, which has been repeated, as the video said, many, many, many times, and the experiments by Milgram, and many others which we won't even touch on, but which have the same goal, they tend to have a consistent result. And in social science, it's very hard to get consistent results. So when we do, it's really an amazing thing. And all of these studies done in all of these sorts of ways show that Eichmann is not specific to Germany, that, to put it in a crude, strong way, there are Adolf Eichmanns everywhere. And that Americans, the home of the brave and the free, is Eichmann-esque. It seems as though, from the way people respond to things like the Milgram experiment and the Ash experiment, that this tendency to conform, including to conform to authority, to go along, is very, very widespread, even in societies like ours. It might even be especially in societies like ours, for all I know. Now, I said that there were exceptions, and that's true of the Milgram experiment as well as the Ash experiment. And here you see some of the summary results from Milgram's obedience studies. And what you see is that initially 65% went all the way. Now, initially, the reason why these initial experiments are somewhat important to separate from the other ones is that in the initial experiments, and those are the ones you're reading about, the experimenter, the authority, is wearing a white coat. There's a kind of Yale quality, and people are, in effect, conforming to a high prestige figure, a scientist, maybe a quasi-medical person. But anyway, it's something that would probably generate higher conformity than in other settings. And the actual subject of the experiment, the person doing the shocking, and the person being shocked are physically separated from each other and you don't see them being shocked as the experiment goes on. So these are conditions that will generate a whole lot of shocking. When you vary the experiment, you can decrease the amount of shocking. So for example, when the experimenter has to put his hand on the person doing the shocking and move it into a shocking position, then the conformity decreases. Anybody who has an ally, I should mention that in the Ash experiment, if you, in the little bit you saw, the person was utterly alone. That everybody disagreed and said how long the line was and miscalled it. And only one person, the person who was the actual subject of the experiment, was even tempted to say something different. Well, sometimes you can unroll these experiments and you provide an ally, another person, who then joins you and says how long the lines really are. When that happens, the degree of obedience goes down, the degree of conformity goes down. So as in the song, I don't know if you know this song, Honey or Baby, whatever, it's you and me against the world. If somebody gets another person to join them, it solidifies their position. And that's one of the reasons why so many of us, all things equal, like to have a special person in our lives, a you and me against the world. So anyway, we see variation in the Milgram experiment, just as in the Ash experiment. Some people never go along. They stop short of the ultimate high-end shocks. That's 35% in this version of the summary, all the way down to only 10% do the shock. When they have confederates, that is when they think other people are refusing to shock, then they refuse to shock. We start getting, in effect, the basis of a social movement, of a revolution against authority that starts to take place. The usual interpretations of these experiments is not to say, look at that, isn't that amazing? Some people never shock, never conform. Isn't it amazing that if you just have one ally, your degree of shocking goes down. If you have two allies, your degree of conformity goes way down. Well, that's one way of looking at it. That instead, mostly people look at it and say, this is certainly enough conformity to, for example, launch the Nazis. We've got enough going here for that, and perhaps that means that the United States itself consists of people who are vulnerable to something like fascism and might join it, and indeed join it with some degree of enthusiasm. Well, all of this scales up, so to speak, and along with the readings of the actual experiments in this part of the course, you're also reading things that are not experimental, but which are relying on some of the same ideas, or at least exploring some of the same territory to a degree. And let's see what we've got on the agenda. This is Robert McNamara, who's clearly identified. Do people know who Robert McNamara was? He did die not so long ago. Raise your hand if you've heard of Robert McNamara.
Oh,
Raise
boy.
your hand if you know who he was, what position he held in the government. A few people, only a few people, know who Robert McNamara was. There he is identified as the architect of the Vietnam War. Robert McNamara was one of the people called one of the whiz kids.
Where do we go from here?
People who were going to remake American industry. He was the president of the Ford Corporation, Ford Cars, first member, I believe,
Not there.
First person to be that who was not a member of the Ford family of people, as opposed to Ford family of cars. And Robert McNamara was a systems guy. He was educated in our best universities. a very, very sophisticated technical person who was going to remake government in a systematic way. President John Kennedy made him his Secretary of Defense, and after Kennedy's assassination, Lyndon Johnson kept him on in the same way. And he, Robert McNamara, was going to use his technical skills to modernize the American armed forces and to make us more effective in all the things that we did, and in particular, of course, the war on communism, which was the equivalent of the war on terror today, in which the country is totally committed to stopping communism, to fight communism wherever it might surface. And at this point in time, the place where it is surfacing is Vietnam. The Kennedy administration and then the Johnson administration, in a much more direct and clear way, decides that Vietnam is the place where communism will be stopped. We've already lost China, and that was the phrase that was used. We can't keep losing parts of the world to communism. And so therefore, we must stop this domino effect, an actual term that was used here at this place in Vietnam. And of course, you all know what happened, which is millions of people died, hundreds of thousands of people, vast numbers of Americans, soldiers and service people, far larger, multiples and multiples and multiples larger than the number of deaths that have been lost in our current wars in the Middle East. McNamara lived a long time, and he wrote a memoir. He was also the subject of a documentary film, which if it ever rolls around, I really do recommend that you see it. And what you see in McNamara is you learn that about middle way, he lost faith in the war. He could see that, in fact, our military experts were wrong, that the body counts, which was the number of people we were killing, was made up. And besides that, killing individuals is really not a very good way of dealing with a war of nationalism, a war of national liberation, an indigenous population that is trying to throw off the yoke of colonialism. And that what we were up to was not working and was not going to work. The reason I bring him up and pay so much attention to him at this point in our class is because he was unable to do anything about it. Not just that he was overruled by the other members of Lyndon Johnson's cabinet or Lyndon Johnson himself, but that he couldn't bring himself to speak the truth as he knew it. That there was something about that room, a room in a way not so different than the room you saw when I showed you the bit from the Ash experiment, except of course it's a big deal room with paintings on the wall and in the White House, which in a way is bringing the kind of white-coated authority from the Milgram experiment into human interaction. But a human interaction which has vast consequences for the financial stability of the United States and the amount of money we have to spend on so-called defense and whether people will live or die among our own troops as well as live and die in Asia as a result of what we do. He could not, he says, find the capacity in himself to, in effect, speak the other voice and begin the process of ending the war. And so this person, who is one of the most powerful people in the world, the Secretary of Defense, under one of our most powerful presidents we've ever had, Lyndon Johnson, was unable to make it go in the other direction. Now, I talked to you about, it seems sort of silly to now talk about something like first names and the studies of first names, but in a way the subject does have a similarity. Because one of the things we learned from Lieberson's book on first names is that people, when they think they're acting on their own, when they think they're choosing a name for their
Oh
child
no, we had him.
out of their own imaginations and tastes and sensibilities are actually conforming. They're part of some larger circle of influences that are coming down upon them, that are surrounding them. And sometimes, as you just read.
Am I doing call-ins? No. Sorry, I should probably edit my title. I did a call-in to Lucy Haze's stream. We reviewed here, I'm gonna edit the title just so it's more clear. Doom plus Sociology. We reviewed Food Shop's debate about transmedicalism together. And I may talk to Food Shops. Although I may be too tired, because we've been going for 5 hours. We'll see. Is Food Shop streaming? Let's see. She is. I might be too tired. We might do that tomorrow. Yeah. I'm supposed to debate her about transmedicalism. I don't know how well that's gonna go. Yeah, she is. She's going through like a whole drama thing right now. We'll see. We'll finish this lecture and see how we feel.
When Lieberson is talking about the way different ethnic groups function and make their choices, sometimes they are doing things they think are innovative, as when American Jews started naming their children not Chaim and Solomon, but named their children things like Morton and Marvin. They think they are acting on their own. They are innovating in that for the first time, Jewish boys are getting names that Jewish boys did not used to have, but they are innovating in a way that is marching with their group, unawares at the time that they're doing it. They just like the name. And at the same time, or not the same time, but later on in history, African Americans are innovating as well. In this case, not to assimilate with Anglo-white America, as the Jews were doing, but rather to establish their separation, their distinctiveness from those groups. But they're conforming as well. But in this case, to what they take to be African Americanism, or something like that. And together with these other people, they like the name Denisha, Letitia, whatever it might be, and in that way, they are innovating because African Americans did not used to have those names, and indeed, as far as I know, no Americans used to have those names. They're innovating, but they're not just choosing the names out of the blue. They're not just choosing the names because they like them. They are choosing the names in light of what other people who are up to the same thing are doing. And so they're conforming to that group. And when they
okay, so yeah, she is a transmedicalist. She calls herself a light transmed. I'm still not entirely sure what that means after listening to her talk about it for quite a bit. I know that she doesn't believe in forced sterilization, but she does believe that somebody has to transition to be trans. But I don't know where she puts the goalposts exactly. Whether it's like some kind of, whether it's hormone therapy or some kind of surgery, I'm not sure where she wants people to, like what bar she needs people to meet. She's very concerned about transgenders. She thinks that there's like a big problem with fake trans people infiltrating the trans community. Yeah, I don't know. We'll talk about it at some point.
then introduce their child, this is Letitia, to another African American, they will say, oh, I love that name. And then maybe they will choose that name for their child or a similar name. That is, they will spin off an innovation with an alteration in the first letter perhaps, but it will be still in keeping with that other group, the group to which they are turned on to which they find a positive relationship with, the kind of people like them who are they identify with, like Robert McNamara and the people he was surrounded by, the wonderful, skilled, intelligent, powerful white men who made up the Lyndon Johnson cabinet. Those were his people, and he found it very hard to go another way. Now, still another sort of far-flung example is my old friend, William Chambliss, who teaches at the University of, George Washington University in Washington. In 1978, Chambliss published the article that you've read. He actually did the work years before that, when he was much younger than this picture shows. He was young enough for young boys in high school to relate to as a kind of someone they could trust and who they could tell all. And he hung out with these young fellows, which is another way in which social scientists often operate. And Chambliss, because I have known him very well, I can tell you has a personality that would fit in with both the saints and maybe particularly the roughnecks. He is a guy who I've always suspected stole my lawn sprinklers. It's been a source of tension between us, but all is forgiven. Anyway, Chambliss hangs out with the high school. And by the way, all of these studies were done at a different moment in history. You cannot do the Milgram experiment anymore. I don't even know if you can quite do the Ash experiment because they involve deception. And we have these human subjects committees now in universities that would make the Milgram experiment absolutely impossible. And in fact, I should mention to you that that the reason we have these committees that must approve the research we do if it involves human subjects is precisely because of the Milgram experiment. The Milgram experiment is the poster boy of abusing people in social psychological experiments. And the abuse is the person who thinks they did the shocking. That's the idea. That is, if you go through this experience and you suffer the tension involved in having to choose between obeying authority and shocking a human being, and then know that you chose the shocking one, that maybe this does psychological damage to you. And so we can't do experiments like that anymore. If you go on YouTube, by the way, you can find replications of the Milgram experiments, but they're done outside of universities. They're done by, I think the BBC did one. People in the entertainment industry can line one up and do them. But you can't get permission to do them in universities. And no funding agency will ever allow you to do that. The same way with hanging out with the boys at the school, knowing the way they're breaking the law, that they're driving drunk, and just hanging out like that, that would be quite hard to bring off for an adult male in this day and age. But at a more innocent time, Chambliss could indeed do that.
Yeah, like even Lord Pasta says, I don't get transmeds, the fact that they may lie. Some may lie about being transmed should have no bearing on one's definition of trans. Yeah, I mean, even if you were to take it for granted, it should have nothing to do with the definition. Like, it should be a separate question entirely. And that was something that came up in the debate that we went over too, where Food Shop's Maud Yoon made the argument that the definition of transgender is somebody who experiences gender incongruence, aka their internal gender identity is different from their assigned gender at birth. And at first, Food Shop seemed to agree with this. But then as the debate went on, Food Shops was like, okay, but it's not like politically expedient because there's a problem with transgenders. And it seems to be like food shops didn't seem to have a problem with the definition in a vacuum, but as soon as it came time to apply it to reality, she was like, but I don't like the definition. It's very strange.
So what do we learn from Chambliss? Well, we learned that the Saints and the Roughnecks are two different groups. They're different subcultures of the school, of the high school. And one of the groups, the Saints, are upper middle class boys who are kind of given an easy go and a free ride, but who are up to a whole lot of trouble. But the troubles they engage in are not punished as badly, and they tend to be excused for their activities. They're just sowing their oats and having a good time. And their fates are very different from the Roughnecks, who are working class white boys who are from a different part of the society and work their lives in somewhat of a different way. Now, Chambliss is paying a lot of attention here to social class and to the labeling process, something we'll talk about more in a future class, in a future lecture, to the labeling process that labels one group as boys who are no good, the other group as boys who are just fine, even though both groups of boys are doing many things that are not good at all, and that could be classified as delinquent. Quite a preoccupation, by the way, earlier in the prior century, that boys will grow up and be delinquent. And now we see that through Chambliss's eyes that all these boys are delinquent, but different things happen with different boys. One of the underlying forces, which I'm bringing your attention to more so than Chambliss did, is the way in which these boys are different from each other. That is that these boys, some of them do get a kick from driving in cars, from being drunk, and some of the boys, and that's the upper middle class boys, and the lower middle class boys get a kick out of different things. They get a kick out of the way they stand, like tough boys, talking back to authority, and the occasional maybe act of theft or robbery. The boys do different things depending upon the other boys, and that's what I'm trying to get across. I'm trying to raise to your attention that both sets of boys are conforming, and this idea was taken up by those who study delinquency in a big way. It isn't about that the middle class boys are conforming to society and the working class boys are not conforming. Both sets of boys are conforming. They're just conforming to different subcultures. And that takes them in different directions with different consequences. And so there's a way in which group you conform to sticks with you because of the consequences it creates. But what is going on is underneath of it all very much the same. You are finding people with whom you feel solidarity, and so you take up the lifestyle and the ways of being a daredevil, the ways of conforming. In the case of the working class boys, physical fighting with each other, which the higher class boys never do. That's nothing that they do. But in order to fit in, you have to engage in these behaviors if you're a working class boy, or you won't win the admiration of your fellows. And so it doesn't really, the key issue is not will you get ahead or won't you get ahead if you choose to fight among your peers and talk back to teachers. That's not what is going to solve this or transform these boys, which is, of course, a lot of the effort to turn the kids around is aimed at showing them the way to be reasonable and see that if you keep going in this path, you will not succeed in life. They are succeeding in life. They are succeeding in life by hanging out with these kinds of boys in these kinds of ways.
Pippa says we rely on self-ID to examine somebody's internal mental state. pain versus comfort, happy versus sad, etc. It's all we have. Yeah, self-ID is about pragmatism. It's a medical guideline. It's something that doctors rely on, and it's in like the standards of medical practice as well, as far as I understand. Like it's certainly in the W path at least. It's basically saying we can't know what's in somebody's head, and it doesn't help anybody to go to a patient who says, "Hey, I'm trans," and say, "No, you're not." Like that doesn't do anything productive. It makes more sense to say, like, okay, well, let's figure it out together and to work from there. Like that's self-ID. And at least as far as I understand it, like it doesn't make sense to try and determine what's going on in their head because you literally can't know that. But the quote-unquote self-ID position that gets characterized by people from that sphere, particularly transmedicalists, is the idea that like people think that self-ID is the argument that declaring you are trans in and of itself is what makes you trans, rather than the internal gender identity or gender incongruence. Like, I don't know, it's just a really strange straw man.
If these are the conditions of your life, then this is the way you will operate. And of course, the conditions of life are social class, for example. And this condition then pushes people, nudges people toward one way of being as opposed to another way of being. But what I want to emphasize again and again is the fact that the conformity, that process, is natural, inevitable, and happens in all these different kinds of settings. The Ash experiment.
I remember there
the
being a
Milgram
switch in one of
experiment,
these rooms.
The White House with Robert McNamara in charge.
I guess not.
People don't, now here's the next step of this argument, people don't, quote, just conform. And a lot of times people will attack other people for that, ridicule them perhaps, and say, you're just conforming. You're just doing that to conform. Well, that's not information, because, of course, they are doing it just to conform. It's not, though, just to conform. It's to conform. It's a profound process, a profoundly important process, which has its base in what it is to be human and to be socially involved in other people's lives, and to see how they see the world is the way you see the world, and hence act accordingly. The way to get dignity in any situation, whether it's the White House cabinet room or it's on the street corner, the route to dignity is to display your allegiance, your lining up with other people who are like you and who make you able to have some dignity in the world. So, what I've tried to do is to show the way that process works of conforming and how it works in all of these different settings. And in doing that, I'm trying to flag to you one of the ambitions of sociology, which is to see the way in which the same phenomena, the same basic process, goes across settings. That it doesn't matter whether you're in the White House cabinet or you're hanging on the street corner. There are some underlying processes that are the very same, that are somehow basic to what it is to be participating in human society. And as the semester goes on, that's the thing, I think, the ambition for you to look at, and in a way, and look for, and in a way, it's the ambition of a social science like sociology, is to discover processes and procedures that will be true across the board, in Asia, in the United States, among whites, among blacks, among the rich, among the poor, in important places like the White House, and what we take to be unimportant places like the street corner, that there are commonalities, and that is the heartland of the sociological mission, is to discover those processes that go across all these different ways of life.
All right. We're going to cut it here tonight. I am very eepy. I hope you have a great night, chat.